Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Terror in the shadows. I'm a cop and my town is dying in ways no autopsy can explain. The moon hung low over the quiet town of Willow Creek, its pale light struggling to pierce the thick woods at the town's edge. A chill ran through me as I stepped out of my cruiser, boots grinding against the gravel, drawing me toward the crime scene cordoned off with yellow tape. Flashing red and blue lights cast wild shadows, but my eyes locked on the body, sprawled on the ground. The air carried a sickening stench, a mix of wet earth and something sharp, like rusted metal or stale blood. It clung to my throat, heavy and unrelenting. I tugged my scarf tighter and slipped under the tape. The victim, Michael Reed, was a man in his late 30s, married, no kids, a high school teacher. He lay on his back, arms flung out as if he'd have been clawing at the dirt in a frantic bid to escape. No wounds, no blood, no signs of a struggle. His body was untouched, yet something about it felt wrong. My flashlight swept over his face and my stomach lurched. His mouth gaped impossibly wide, frozen in a silent scream. His eyes bulged, staring into nothingness, radiating raw terror that seemed to pulse from his lifeless form. It was as if his final moments had been etched into his skin, a haunting imprint of whatever horror had claimed him. A cold shiver crawled up my spine, my mind flashing to two other deaths just as eerie in the past 2 weeks. Why is this happening? I thought. Doubt creeping in, I lowered my flashlight, scanning the ground that end when I saw it. A crude circle etched around him, as if scratched into the dirt in his last moments. Near his feet, strange letters sprawled in an unreadable script. The scene felt ritualistic, sinister, like Michael had been pulled into something dark that ended his life. The two earlier victims had been found the same way, bake at the station the next day. I pored over case files, my chair creaking as I leaned back, the details swirling in my head like a storm. Victim 1, Sarah Brooks, a store clerk, was found dead in her living room, slumped in a corner. No forced entry, but her face was frozen in paralyzing fear. Using her lipstick, she had drawn a circle around herself and left illegible scrawls near her feet. She had even quit her job a week earlier, citing stress, and was living alone at the time. Victim 2, Ethan Cole, a mechanic, was found dead in his garage, surrounded by scattered tools. Neighbors mentioned he'd been hearing strange noises outside his house for days in the week leading up to his death. He barricaded himself in the garage and stopped visiting the local bar, where he was a regular after work. Victim 3, Michael Reed, a high school teacher, beloved by his students, with no known enemies or deaths. His wife observed that he had recently grown terrified of leaving the house after dark, often twitching and trembling at the slightest noise. Then, one night, without explanation, he left home and wandered into the woods a mile away, where he was found dead. 3 victims, 3 different lives, and no tangible connections between them, except for one chilling similarity: the circumstances of their deaths and the fear that was permanently etched across their faces. There was also another detail I had to account for. In all 3 crime scenes, an object was found lying next to the corpse. With the first victim, it was a small handheld mirror. With the mechanic, it was a miniature toy bus. And with the high school teacher, it was a fountain pen. The really odd thing here, though, was that the objects looked like relics that belonged to another era. Probably the late 70s or the early 80s, and it made me wonder If they had been left behind by the killer. Confusion and frustration built inside me as I pondered this. Sergeant Dawson, however, had a different take. He didn't mince words, calling it outright. The work of the devil. A police veteran with decades of experience, Dawson claimed to remember similar occurrences from his childhood, and each time we arrived at a new crime scene I could see his face grow paler, as if the evidence before us confirmed his worst fears. The people of the town had a similar opinion as well, especially the elderly folks who remembered the killings more than 50 years ago. And when the photos of victims leaked and went viral, it was only a matter of time before the whole community got swept in on the frenzy. As I took a sip of coffee, Sergeant Dawson stepped into my cabin, holding a file from the coroner's office. I opened it, already anticipating what I do find. A knot of anxiety twisting in my gut, like the others. Our latest victim showed no signs of trauma or struggle, no defensive wounds, no bruises, nothing. All three had been in good health, with no underlying medical conditions. The coroner's report mentioned cardiac arrest, brought on by extreme stress, but the words rang hollow. It felt more like a convenient excuse than any real explanation. Officer Quinn. Dawson's voice suddenly cut through my thoughts, his tone measured, almost hesitant. The mayor wants to meet you at the town hall. A knot tightened in my stomach. Town hall meetings were rarely good news with 3 unexplained deaths in less than 2 weeks. The townsfolk of Willow Creek, a tight-knit community of just 1,000 people, were bound to have questions, and not the easy kind. News here moved faster than the wind, and the pressure to provide answers was mounting, being the new cop in town. A city officer who had moved here just 6 months ago to take charge had already made me a topic of gossip. Now, with these cases piling up, it felt like the tide of suspicion was beginning to shift toward me. I felt isolated, the weight of responsibility pressing down. Dawson and I climbed into the cruiser, and as we drove through the quiet streets, I stared out the window, running through what I do say in my head when we arrived. The town hall was already packed with people. Parents clutched their children protectively, teenagers huddled together in nervous whispers, and the elderly exchanged worried glances. The weight of their fear hung heavy in the air, pressing against me like a storm cloud as I walked nervously through the room, their silent stares following my every step. The mayor opened the meeting with strained reassurances before gesturing for me to step forward. "Good morning," I started, scanning the sea of tense, worried faces. "I'm Officer Abigail Quinn. I want to reassure you that we are doing everything within our power to solve these tragic cases. While we don't have all the answers yet, we are committed to uncovering the truth. But we need your cooperation. For the next 10 days, please stay indoors after dark, and if you notice anything unusual, report it to us immediate." As I continued speaking and patiently answered their questions, my eyes continuously swept over the crowd. One woman in the second row particularly stood out. Her silver hair gleamed under the harsh lights, and her hands rested neatly on her lap, while the rest wore their fear openly. Her expression was serene, calm to the point of detachment. When the meeting ended an hour later, I swiftly moved toward her. "Excuse me, Mamai," I said as the crowd began to sing. She turned to me, her blue eyes sharp and clear. "Atu, hello, officer. I am Eleanor. Nice to finally meet you," she said with a faint smile. "Ellen," I said, stepping closer. "Would you like a ride home?" Her smile deepened, just slightly. "That very kind of you, Officer Quinn." "Yes, I do appreciate." Dawson gave me a questioning glance, but I waved him off while Eleanor and I walked toward the cruiser. As we drove to her residence, Eleanor began to share snippets from her life. She was in her early 70s, born and raised in Willow Creek. She too never married, had no children, and retired only recently from her position as the local school librarian. When we arrived at her place, she invited me inside. Her home was warm and inviting, carrying the comforting scent of old wood and lavender. But what struck me most, however, was the massive bookshelf dominating her living room, stretching floor to ceiling and packed with books, some weathered, others pristine, all meticulously arranged. "You have quite the collects," I remarked, my eyes scanning the rows of books, curiosity piqued. "Books are windows to understanding, Officer Quinn," she said with a wistful smile. "But they can also be windows to something darker, something forgotten." "You seemed unusually calm today at the town hall," I said carefully as I took a seat across from her, my nerves on edge. "Fear clouds one-eye judgment, my dear," she replied softly. "I've lived long enough to know that panic only leads to mistakes. The key is to look closely, think clearly, and see what others might overlook." Her words lingered, and I leaned forward. So what are your thoughts on these deaths? What do you think is really going on here?" Eleanor stood without replying, crossing to her bookshelf. Her fingers brushed over the spines before settling on a weathered, leather-bound volume. She opened it with care, flipping through the pages until she stopped at an illustration. The image was jarring. A figure lay on the ground, encircled by a crudely drawn ring, with an undecipherable text scrawled near its feet. It was eerily similar to the crime scenes. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. This looks just like the crime scenes," I whispered, a mix of shock and intrigue flooding me. I leaned closer, studying the page. "What does the scrawl mean?" Her gaze met mine, calm yet piercing. "Adon says Jurupari," she replied, her voice steady. "It means voice of fear. According to an ancient Amazonian legend, it's an entity that devours the soul of its victim after overwhelming them with fear." A cold knot tightened in my stomach as I stared at the illustration, unsure of what to say. Eleanor then turned back a page, pointing to a dark, distorted figure cloaked in shadow. "This is what the legend speaks of," she explained. "An entity feared for centuries, known for consuming the souls of its victims. It thrives on fear, smelling it, tasting it, and even savoring it. Its origins are unknown, but it has appeared across the country in several places over the years. 50 years ago, it came to Willow Creek." I listened, both horrified and captivated, as her words sank in stirring a deep unease. "In the 70s, she continued, Author's Town was plagued by a series of unexplained deaths. No signs of struggle, no obvious causes. People were just dropping dead, and no one could figure out why. It went on for months, freezing the town in fear. The police were desperate for answers, but they found nothing." She paused, her face darkening with the weight of the memory. "That when I found this book. As a librarian, I often sourced rare volumes, and when I saw this one, I had a feeling it might hold the answers we needed. I took it to the police chief, but he dismissed it immediately, called it nonsense." Her expression softened, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. "But there was one person who listened, a young sergeant named James Holt. He quietly observed while I tried to explain to the chief. He was the tenacious type, I must say, the kind of man who couldn't let something go until he understood it. He even came to my home, sat right where you're sitting now, and let me explain what I knew. A few days later, he came back and said he'd found a promising lead and that he was going somewhere to investigate." "And then?" I asked, eager to get to the bottom of it, my pulse quickening. She sighed deeply. "I never saw him again. He vanished without a trace. The murders stopped soon after, and the town returned to normal. But James, he was never seen or heard from again." "What do you think happened?" I asked, intrigued, my mind racing with possibilities. Her expression grew inscrutable as she hesitated. "That Officer Quinn is a question I've pondered for decades. Maybe you can connect the dots and let me know how this story ends. Do you know where he went?" I finally asked after a moment. Gent silence, she nodded. He said he was going to the sawmill. Just then my phone buzzed in my pocket. I quickly answered, Dawson in voice, sharp with urgency. Chief, he said, his tone grim, but we've got another one. Where? I asked, my grip tightening on the phone, dread rising. The old sawmill, he replied. I quickly thanked Eleanor and headed for the mill, long abandoned and feared by the local townsfolk. Perched on the edge of town, it had stood vacant for decades, its history making it a place that people usually believed to be haunted. As I stepped out of my cruiser, the thick, suffocating scent of rusted iron and decay immediately hit me, as if it had settled into the very air. Me loomed the mill, a Second World War-era relic, continuing to wither away under years of neglect. The roof had caved in at several points, and vines snaked through the broken windows, claiming the crumbling interior. The structure still somehow seemed almost alive, yet entirely forgotten. And on my right, a jeep had crashed into one side of the building, its front half crushed against the brickwork. Paramedics were extracting the driver's lifeless body, twisted and mangled beyond recognition. The passenger door hung open, offering a clear view inside the mill, where another young man lay sprawled across the dusty floor. Unlike his friend, this one was alive. As I approached, I noticed one of the medics kneeling beside him, injecting something into his bloodstream to stabilize him. Moments later, the man startled awake, his body jerking as his eyes flew open, wide with terror. He scanned the scene wildly, his breath ragged and shallow, until his gaze fixed on the wrecked jeep outside. Recognition dawned, and his chest heaved as he tried to speak. "It are my friend," he gasped, his voice breaking. He just lost it. We were headed to the city. Everything was fine. Then, out of nowhere, he panicked, started screaming like a madman. Like he had seen something, he suddenly swerved off the road and drove straight into the building. I barely managed to jump out just before we hit it. The medics eventually helped him to his feet and escorted him to the waiting ambulance. Meanwhile, I turned my attention to the mill interior. My eyes were drawn instantly to a large, sealed fireplace at one end of the room. The mortar appeared weathered, but the bricks had been meticulously arranged, completely blocking the hearth. I stepped outside again, unable to shake the peculiar sight that kept nagging at me. From the outside, I could see that the jeep had rammed directly into the building fireplace. I called for Sergeant Dawson, and together we had the vehicle reversed. As the jeep was pulled back, the bricks began to crumble, revealing something hidden within. Behind the wall of debris was a skeletal figure, awkwardly slumped in the confines of the fireplace. Its bony hands tightly clutched a weathered brown book, its leather cover stained with a large patch of blood on the back, yet otherwise its overall condition remarkably intact. The tattered remnants of fabric clinging to the skeletal remains made the uniform hard to identify, but the government-issued firearm lying beside him left no doubt in my mind. I was looking at the mortal remains of Sergeant Holt. We spent the rest of the day combing through the mill, collecting the necessary samples for forensic testing, and then interrogating the survivor back at the hospital to get his full account of the events. By the time I was finished, it was already 11:30. As I was heading back home, I noticed the sergeant and journal lying in the evidence tray, tagged and ready for testing without thinking. I grabbed it and made my way home, planning to take a long bath before finally getting some rest. Entering the bathroom, I prepared the tub, quickly undressed, and waded into the warm water. As I leaned back, I picked up the sergeant and journal and began reading, curiosity overriding my fatigue. Investigative Journal of J. Holt. People like to think the badge is about serve and protect. But for me, it had always been about Tommy and what he stood for. And the reason I'm here walking the beat, keeping an eye out for the bully lurking in the shadows, growing up in foster care. I did have much more than the shirt on my back and 100 reasons to keep my head down. The other kids were bigger, meaner, and twice as cruel. Every day felt like a battle, and every night I prayed I wouldn't wake up with a black eye, or worse. Then came Tommy. He wasn't some guardian angel swooping in to save me. Nah, he was just another kid dumped into the system, rough around the edges like the rest of us. But Tommy didn't believe in running or hiding. Punch first and think lay. He always used to say, and he lived by it. He taught me how to stand tall, to fight back, not just with fists, but with grit, persistence, and anything else that gave us an edge. A poke in the eye, a kick in the nuts, smashing a bottle over someone's head while they were busy eating. It didn't matter. The rules were simple. Keep going, again and again, until they start to feel it in their bones. I will never forget the one time we fought back. 3 bigger kids had us cornered behind the schoolyard. They were huge, grinning like wolves, and ready to pounce. Tommy did hesitate. He threw the first punch, and I followed right behind him. We did win, not even close. By the end of it, we were in the hospital with more broken bones than I could count. My ribs ached for weeks, and every breath felt like fire. But what I remember most is the pain, it lying there in that hospital bed, tears streaming down my face, feeling something I'd never felt before, a sense of victory. We may not have won the fight, but we held our heads high. And when we got finally back, we tormented them for weeks until we made damn sure they never picked on us again. Tommy was the only real friend I ever had, the only one that mattered, at least so when I found him dead at a crime scene, his soul ripped from him, leaving only fear etched on his face. It felt like something inside me had been ripped away too. This wasn't just murder, it was personal. Grief and anger surged through me. I knew then and there. I do stop at nothing to find the bastard who did this. I owed Tommy that much. This journal is my attempt to piece it all together. My thoughts, my rage, my resolve. It went time to bully the bully. Day 1, I hadn't set foot in the sawmill since my teens, back when a group of us dared each other to explore its eerie halls. No one knows exactly why the place was deemed cursed, but the story goes that workers arrived one morning to a grisly sight, the owner and lower half lying severed by the saw table, while his upper half roasted in the fireplace. The mill never reopened, and its sinister reputation only deepened with time. Whispers of ghost sightings and unexplained phenomena grew so pervasive that authorities eventually sealed the fireplace to deter thrill-seekers and other oddballs from exploiting the site now. Here I was again on a stakeout, sitting in my car hidden among a row of trees, with the decaying structure looming in the distance. My mind immediately wandered to the events of the past couple of months. Willow Creek had seen more than 25 deaths, including that of my friend, and we were no closer to solving the case. The air in town was thick with fear. People were irritable, on edge, constantly glancing over their shoulders. Chaos was unraveling right before my eyes, and the community was fraying at the seams. The chief was unwavering in his belief that a serial killer was behind it all. At first, I agreed, especially with the peculiar items left at each crime scene: an ashtray, a felt hat, a tennis racket, a wristwatch, a cassette tape, a torch, etc. They seemed deliberate, almost like a calling card. But the more I examined them, the more they felt disconnected. There was no clear pattern, no logic linking the objects to each other or the victims. As the body count climbed, so did my doubts. Something about it didn't sit right, a nagging feeling in my gut. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when a young woman walked into the station, clutching a theory about a supernatural entity tied to an old legend Shidu uncovered in a dusty book. The chief dismissed her as a crank, but desperation has a way of shifting priorities. I could afford to ignore any lead, no matter how improbable. That evening, I met her at her home. As she laid out her theory, a strange sense of clarity took hold, and it got me thinking. If the entity she called Jurupari was real, it would need a place to hide, somewhere near town, but remote enough to remain undisturbed. The place had to be abandoned, forgotten by time, where no one would think to look. And only one such place came to mind. So when I returned to the sawmill after all these years, I found it in even worse shape than Adi imagined, its wooden frame sagging, the air thick with the stench of rot and mildew. I scoured every corner, but there was nothing unusual, no signs of anything lurking, no evidence to support Eleanor in theory. I was even ready to write it off as a dead end and leave when something caught my eye. In a dim corner of the mill, half buried in debris, lay a curious cluster of items: an American flag keychain, a leather wallet, a razor, and a bottle opener. At first glance, they seemed like random junk, discarded and forgotten, but on closer inspection, I noticed they weren't old or tattered. These items looked reasonably new and oddly out of place, as if someone had deliberately gathered them, seeing still some value in them where others saw trash. It hit me then. Someone or something was holding out here. I decided to continue my surveillance for a few more days, determination growing. Day 2, I arrived at the mill as soon as I finished my shift at the station. I spent the entire night keeping watch, fighting off fatigue until sleep finally overtook me in the wee hours of the morning. I jolted awake suddenly, certain I had seen a sudden flash of light. Heart pounding, I leapt out of the vehicle and rushed to the mill. But when I got there, everything was just as I do seen it the night before, empty and undisturbed. Dawn day 3, when I returned to work in the morning, I heard news of another body. This time, it was an old man who was found dead in his garden, his eyes and mouth locked in an expression of pure terror. But what truly sent a chill down my spine was the leather wallet lying next to him. It was the same one I had seen earlier at the mill. When I rushed back to the mill, I found the wallet and keychain missing, while the razor and bottle opener still remained by the side. An uneasy sensation coursed through my veins as I stared at the objects scattered on the floor. Gripping a stick, I cautiously nudged them apart before hesitantly hovering my little finger over the razor. Taking a deep breath, I let the tip of my little finger make contact. A warm, fuzzy sensation enveloped me, and in an instant I was transported to a memory from my childhood. My mom tossing me into the air, her laughter ringing out as she caught me mid-flight, then planting a kiss on my cheek. Without thinking, I next placed my ring finger on the razor, and the feeling intensified. This time, I was surrounded by both my parents, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of birthday candles as I leaned in to blow them out. Sweat trickled down my chin as I began lifting my fingers, one by one, preparing to grasp the razor fully. But the moment my hand closed around it, a long-buried memory surged to the surface. A fateful night I had forced into the deepest recesses of my mind, one that irrevocably and painfully altered the course of my life. Gasping, I tore my hand away just in time, the force of the memory knocking me backward. My chest tightened as I lay sprawled on the floor, staring at the razor, now innocuously lying among the debris. Then it hit me, a thick metallic tang in the air, sharp and unmistakable like rusted iron. The atmosphere in the mill shifted entirely, growing heavier and oppressive. Then, from the direction of the sealed fireplace, a low rumble echoed. I crept closer, my movements slow and deliberate. as I leaned against the cold concrete, straining to listen, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end when I heard it, something faint but unmistakable. It was cackling, low and stifled, as though someone or something was struggling to suppress its glee. I took a careful step back, my eyes scanning the mill interior. The fireplace led to a chimney wide enough for a person to fit through, but there was no visible point of entry from the inside. Stepping outside, I began a slow walk around the perimeter, inspecting every inch for an access point. Then I saw it, a section of the roof near the chimney in complete disrepair, with several missing tiles. It dawned on me that whatever was using the mill could easily climb up the chimney, slip onto the roof, and through the gaps re-enter the building without being seen. I now had a decision to make here. My first impulse was to climb to the roof, toss a grenade or two down the chimney, or at the least empty my revolver into whatever was lurking below. But I hesitated, doubt holding me back. Now that I understood how the deaths had occurred, my thoughts returned to the razor I had just touched. If the killings were tied to objects capable of tapping into and amplifying buried trauma, brute force would be useless against something so steeped in occult power. And if the entity lurking within operated on a plane beyond the physical, conventional methods of confrontation, would likely be futile. So I decided to stay another night at the mill. But this time, I would venture inside. I chose a hiding spot behind a large, sturdy table in the hallway, with a vantage point that gave me a clear view of the fireplace and the section of the dilapidated roof above it. Tide for more than 10 hours had passed as I lay in wait, portions of the mill and interior being bathed in faint moonlight filtering through gaps in the roof. My body ached, but I remained still, every nerve on edge, waiting for something to happen. A faint buzzing drifted in from outside, followed by a sudden flash of light that sliced through the darkness, moving as if along a path of its own. The buzzing grew louder. I watched, unmoving, as an orb of light glided through the milly open window and hovered in the center of the room. At first, it was no more than a glimmer, the size of a coin, suspended in mid-air. But as my eyes adjusted, the details sharpened. It pulsed softly, impossibly still, as if waiting to be claimed. Then I noticed movement, a head barely discernible against the gloom, peeking through a hole in the roof. It moved down the wall with the unsettling precision of a lizard, its dark form easily blending into the shadows. When it reached the ground, it rose to its feet, standing about 5 feet tall, cloaked in a dark robe that covered even its head. The creature back was to me as it extended a gray, bony arm toward the hovering orb of light above it. The orb pulsed before merging, kaiging into the back of its hand. My breath caught when a mouth formed on the back of the creature palm, and as it rotated its hand, 2 sets of eyes blinked open from its palm, staring intently back at its face. Suddenly, the robe slid to the floor, revealing a grotesque form. Its body was covered in eyes and mouths, each blinking and gnashing in eerie, independent rhythms. A chill crawled down my spine as I hunkered further into my hiding spot, desperate to stay out of sight. When the creature turned, its front revealed an even more unsettling sight, a face riddled with mismatched eyes and mouths, all opening and closing in unnerving disarray. Every movement of its twisted features sent waves of dread through me, yet I could tear my gaze away. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the broken roof, the creature seemed mesmerized by its own horrific, ever-changing form. The creature gaze shifted next to its feet, and the one remaining hand, the only parts of its body still devoid of eyes or mouths. Then, with unsettling purpose, it turned toward a cluster of objects lying in the corner of the mill. Draping its robe back over its twisted frame, It bent down, scooped up the razor and bottle opener, and quietly slipped out of the mill as the silence returned. A cold dread settled in my chest, and I felt a sickening certainty somewhere in Willow Creek another death had just occurred. I cautiously emerged from my hiding spot and began tailing the creature from a safe distance. It was now moving toward the highway, keeping itself concealed within the shadows of a row of trees, skirting the forested edge. The creature walked for another mile before pulling up its hood and stepping into a quiet parking lot near a diner. It casually discarded a couple of objects: the razor into the bed of an empty pickup truck, and the bottle opener onto the seat of a nearby car. Moving through the rows of vehicles, it carefully peered into each one, its movements deliberate and methodical. Finally, it reached an open car window, from which it retrieved a Zippo lighter and a small transistor radio from another. With these items shoved into its pocket, the creature turned and began its journey back toward the mill. Staying out of sight, I crept over to the vehicles, using a kerchief to avoid direct contact. I retrieved the razor and bottle opener the creature had discarded, hiding them near a tree line for safekeeping. Then I resumed, following the creature as it made its way back to the mill, my heart pounding with every step. When I reached the mill, I crept toward a cracked window and peered inside. The creature stood in the center of the room, holding the transistor in one hand while the other hovered above it. A low, guttural sound rumbled from its many mouths as its eyes blinked erratically in a chaotic rhythm. I watched as the creature raised its upper hand, revealing the transistor encased in a shimmering bubble. Inside, tendrils of green liquid spiraled downward like a miniature tornado before merging with the object. The transistor began to glow with a deep crimson hue, now pulsing ominously without warning. The bubble popped with a faint hiss, and the creature released the transistor, letting it fall to the ground beside the Zippo. It then turned away, scaling the wall in complete silence, slipping back down the chimney to once again rest by the fireplace. I got back in my car and drove straight to my chief in home to appraise him of what I had discovered. For the first time since the whole ordeal began, we now had the upper hand and were in a position to devise a plan of attack. As I pulled up at his driveway, my stomach sank. Pete, our youngest cop, stood frozen in front of the Chieftain cruiser, its door hanging wide open. His expression said it all. Inside, the chief sat slumped in his seat, eyes and mouth locked in a vacant, lifeless stare. Somehow, the little American flag keychain had made its way to him. No, it dangled idly from the car key in the ignition, mere inches from where his lifeless body lay. The sight was too much for the department. 20-year-old rookie, without a word, he placed his badge on the car and hood and walked away, leaving me as the last standing cop in Willow Creek. Day 5, realizing I was on my own, I adopted a lone wolf mentality and decided to take matters into my own hands. Maybe it was for the best. I could tackle the situation on my terms. Before heading to the mill, I paid Eleanor another visit, hoping to uncover more about Jurupari and maybe even learn something useful on how to confront such an entity. But it soon became clear that I knew more than she did, and there wasn't much else she could offer. Something about the visit also unsettled me, though I could quite pinpoint why. So I kept my findings vague and made my exit by the time I reached the mill. The Sunday was already dipping below the horizon, with probably just an hour of sunlight left. Since the creature loved objects so much, I brought a little gift of my own and placed it in the center of the mill, right where it had stood the previous night. I also brought a ladder, setting it up out back to give myself access to the roof. If needed, Cirques mommed and ready, I took cover and waited for darkness to set in. An hour past midnight, I quietly slipped out of the mill and made my way to the tree line where I had hidden the discarded objects. Careful not to touch them directly, I gathered them and returned to the mill, tossing them onto the floor with the others before retreating to my hiding spot. Suns later, I heard the sound of something scrambling up the chimney and landing on the roof through a gap in the ceiling. I finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature beneath the pale light of the full moon. Its grotesque, twisted face peered inside with an almost childlike curiosity. As I had anticipated, it sensed the return of the cursed objects, but its attention quickly shifted to the veiled item at the center of the room. Its eyes darted around, scanning for any sign of intruders. Before it began, a slow, deliberate descent down the wall. Once it reached the floor, it carefully pulled away the veil to reveal a life-sized mirror. The creature paused, glancing around one last time, then let its robe fall to the floor. Transfixed, it stood before the mirror, completely absorbed by the reflection staring back at it. In fact, the creature was so mesmerized that it failed to notice a flash grenade roll past its leg, and before it could react, a blinding burst of light erupted, filling the room with a searing flash and a deafening crack. The creature staggered back, shielding its eyes, before letting out an ear-splitting shriek when it saw its leg locked in a bear trap. I emerged from hiding, watching as it desperately tried to pry open the metal jaws in frantic frustration. I aimed my firearm at its head, and the eye closest to the muzzle ballooned in size, locking onto mine with unnerving intensity. Before it could react, I fired at point-blank range. The bullet tore through the eye, sending its head jerking back, but it immediately snapped upright again. I watched in disgust as one of its mouths contorted at a bizarre angle, as though reaching for the bullet lodged somewhere in its brain that was just beyond its grasp. It began to gnaw and chew, and then, with a tilt of its head, another mouth expelled the spent bullet from the back of its skull. Then, without warning, its hand suddenly stretched unnaturally, growing to twice its size as it seized my arm and sent me crashing into the mirror. The force of the impact sent me sprawling to the floor, even with the bear trap still clamped around its leg. The creature loomed over me, its face contorting into a gleeful, twisted grin. The creature grip tightened around my arm, its claws digging into my wrist. With a sharp twist, my wrist snapped, and I saw the gun fall from my hand, clattering out of reach onto the floor. I immediately reached for the knife tucked in my pocket and lunged at the creature with my other arm, but it swiftly seized my swinging limb, its grip cold and unyielding, with disturbing precision. It slowly pried my fingers open, not removing the knife, but twisting it in position until the blade pointed downward. It then forced my hands to grip the handle while also placing its own over mine. Leaning in, the creature pressed its full weight onto my outstretched hand, heaving with relentless force with each agonizing heave. The knife slowly descended inch by inch, its eyes and mouth swiveled erratically, yet all remained fixed on me, their gaze locked into an eerie grin. Tears blurred my vision as I fought to endure the agonizing pain from my broken wrist. The knife edging dangerously close to my chest, straining with every ounce of strength. I made a final, desperate attempt to shift the blade with my other arm. The knife scraped painfully across my skin, blood spurting from the wound, but then something strange happened. The blood splashed across the creature's face, and it seemed to scorch its skin. Its eyes bulged and then popped, releasing a sickening pus, and it let out a shriek of torment with renewed resolve. I straightened my arm like Spider-Man, causing blood to erupt from my forearm in frantic spurts, splashing all across the creatured face. Its skin began to swell and bubble, boils bursting open as pus leaked out from multiple pores, releasing a stench so foul it made my head spin and my stomach churn in revolt. For the first time, I felt its grip falter as it recoiled, desperately trying to avoid the blood seizing the moment. I slashed my other arm across the blade, and blood now poured from both forearms in frantic jets, splattering across the creature's chest like a grotesque fountain. My own shirt became drenched in blood as I continued to struggle against its grip. Next, something happened that made me freeze, my mouth falling open in shock. The creature's eyes and mouths began to align on either side of its body, from head to toe, jostling and shifting to create an empty space right down the middle. Suddenly, its skin split open, starting at the center of its forehead and tearing downward, exposing a dark, gaseous, formless entity that pulsed with an ominous energy. It felt as though the entity was being forcibly drawn toward me, as if being sucked right into my chest. My heart pounded so violently, I thought it might burst. The creature convulsed, its body fighting against the force with every fiber of its being. It finally released its grip on my arms, jerking itself backward to escape the pull. In its desperation, it spun violently, the trapped leg twisting grotesquely in the bear trap before snapping free with a sickening crack. The severed limb remained behind as the creature collapsed onto the nearby floor. For a brief moment, it lay still, then struggled back to its feet, limping and unsteady. Its many eyes fixated on me with a mix of rage and fear before it turned, climbed the wall with an unnerving speed, and disappeared through the roof, retreating back to its hiding place. I sat up, clutching my chest, silently praying my heart would give out from the strain, but my hand as it pressed against my chest felt something solid. Realization dawned as I reached into my pocket and pulled out the journal. The back binding was soaked through with my own blood, the crimson stains spreading across its worn cover. It was only then I realized how close the creature had come to almost trapping itself in the journal in my possession. Day 5 continued. I'm still here at the mill. I can't leave. Not while there a chance this thing could escape for good. I've done my best to bandage my arms and stop the bleeding, at least for now. But I've already lost a lot of blood, and staying fully alert is becoming harder by the minute. No matter what, I have to see this through to the end. I'm preparing to climb up to the roof to face it again, to finish this once and for all. The objects scattered on the floor, I've destroyed them. Rolled them in the blood I spilled, doused them in gasoline, and set them ablaze. I swear I could hear that thing squirming inside the fireplace as the flames rose. I thought about throwing the severed limb into the fire too for good measure, but it then already melted into some kind of disgusting goo and stuck to the floor like tar. So, this is going to be my final update, hopefully. There won't be the need for another one. To my friend Tommy, wherever you are, see you when I see you. This is Sergeant James Holt, signing off over and out as I closed Sergeant Holt Journal. I still lay in the bathtub, struggling to steady my trembling hands, not just from the revelations within its pages, but from the ominous possibilities of what this journal might truly represent. But what got my heart truly racing was when I noticed the large blood stain on the back cover beginning to fade, shrinking steadily until it vanished entirely, as though it had been absorbed by the pages themselves. With my heart hammering in my chest, I slowly reopened the journal. To my utter disbelief, new words began to form on the aged paper, flowing as if written by an unseen hand. They picked up exactly where Holt had left off, but this time the ink was unmistakably his own blood. I don't remember exactly how I fell down the chimney, just the sharp crack of my neck as the creature and I tumbled down toward the fireplace below. When I opened my eyes, everything was white. The creature was gone, but its presence lingered, faint yet heavy, like a low, constant thrum in the air. It didn't take long to understand. I was trapped. Inside my own journal, no less, the creature was still here, somewhere in this endless blankness. I could see it, but I could feel it everywhere, like a shadow clinging to my back. Strangely, it didn't bother me much. At times, I even wondered if it felt my presence too, in the same way. Time didn't exist here, or if it did, it was meaningless. Moments bled together, days or years, perhaps even decades, dissolving into a formless void. When I closed my eyes, memories would surge forth in vivid detail, replaying the life I once lived on rare occasions. I even thought of freedom, of escaping this endless expanse. But each time I did, the weight on my shoulders grew heavier, becoming an oppressive reminder that such thoughts were a weakness to be eradicated. So I forced them down, burying them deep, and returned to the solace of reliving the past, my triumphs, my failures, and everything in between. Still, I could help but wonder, could the creature also somehow sense this struggle within? Then there was this one time I thought of Eleanor, where she might be, what had become of her, and whether she was still alive. And then, shortly after, she appeared at the mill. Did she intuitively heed to my calling? I could say for sure. Her hair was gray, her frame frail, but I recognized her instantly. Decades had passed, yet her eyes were as sharp as ever. But what brought her back here? I watched as she searched the mill, deliberate and focused. To my shock, she began uncovering more cursed objects, things I do never known the creature had kept safely hidden. She handled them as if she knew exactly what they were. I realized immediately I was right to be suspicious of her all along. In that moment, I felt the weight on my shoulders grow heavier. Since then, it has not stopped. Each death in town brings a new burden. I realized that this was now Eleanor handiwork, where she somehow delivered the objects to her unsuspecting victims, and it eventually claimed their lives. And I felt their death. Whenever it happened, I can see their faces, their fear, their suffering, even though I have never known or met any of them. But what haunts me the most is the growing realization that buried deep within my consciousness, somewhere, I am beginning to find an odd satisfaction in watching it all unfold. Which brings me to your situation, Officer Quinn. Yes, I could read your nameplate when you came to inspect my remains. I don't think I can hold out much longer, so get ready. The ride is about to get bumpy. As I finished reading Sergeant Holt's journal, I noticed a blotch of red ink begin to form at the final word. It slowly seeped down the page before dripping into the water of my bathtub. More streaks followed, trailing steadily, the crimson dye bleeding across the paper. My heart raced as I sat up, clutching the book, unsure what to make of it. Suddenly, the ink exploded, splattering across my face as the pages began to rip apart on their own. The journal wrenched itself from my grip and plunged into the water. An invisible force pressed down on me instantly, jerking my body backward and pulling me under. Desperate, I summoned every ounce of strength, pushing against the suffocating weight to break the surface. As I came up, gasping for air, a chilling image flooded my mind. A 7-year-old girl pounding frantically on the inside of an old broom closet. Through a narrow slit in the door, her small hand reached out trembling, while outside, her stepmother stared with cold indifference. The sight paralyzed me. Claustrophobia gripped my chest like a vice, freezing me in place. In that instant, the unseen force dragged me back underwater, swallowing me whole. I thrashed wildly, refusing to surrender, forcing myself once again to the surface. But this time when I broke free, I was met with the same horrific scene, only now I stood inches from the closet door. My face slammed against the wood as if shoved by an unseen hand. Inside the cramped, dark space, lifeless faces stared back at me, the victims from my cases. Their hollow, accusing eyes bore into my soul, their collective presence suffocating. The rancid stench of death filled the air, overwhelming me. Panic surged through my veins, but before I could react, the force dragged me back under, pulling me deeper into the abyss, submerged once more. My will to fight dissolved. The icy water enveloped me, offering an odd sort of comfort. A voice echoed in my mind, soft yet insidious. "Oh, you're fine now, at peace. This will soon end. Don't they fight it, Abigail." A strange calm settled over me, and I began to relent. The water filled my lungs, the pain dulling as an unnatural serenity took its place. I prepared for the end, but just as the quiet began to overtake me, a sudden jolt brought me back. A hand plunged into the water, seizing me by the hair and yanking me back to the surface. "Oh no, you're not getting away that easy," a voice snarled, sharp and commanding. "You're going to fight this out. Come on, officer, fight." I could tell if my mind was playing tricks on me, but in that moment, my eyes locked onto a young man with dark, slicked-back hair and a thick mustache. His expression was unwavering, his gaze filled with pure determination. "You're not done yet," he said, his voice gruff and commanding, like an anchor pulling me back from the brink. His grip on my hair was unrelenting, his strength almost otherworldly. "Fight! Fight for your life!" And then, as if ripped from reality, I was back in the broom closet. Even as I struggled to stay conscious, the oppressive stench of death invaded my nostrils again. The victims' faces surrounded me, their lifeless eyes piercing my soul, their silent accusations bearing down on me like a crushing weight. The walls seemed to close in, squeezing the air from my lungs, as claustrophobia threatened to take hold. But that voice, the Mandan voice, cut through the suffocating fear like a lifeline. "Fight," he commanded, his tone sharp and impatient. His grip on me tightened as though he could physically wrench me free from the nightmares clawing at my mind. Summoning every ounce of willpower I had left, I fought back. My limbs flailed wildly, kicking and thrashing against the oppressive darkness. With a sudden crack, the walls of the closet split open, and a sliver of light pierced through. A flicker of hope surged within me. Fueled by desperation, I hurled my body forward, ramming through the opening. I burst free, breaking the surface of the water, my body slamming against the side of the tub before spilling onto the floor. Gasping and choking for air, Brant on my back, arms spread wide, I stared up to see the sergeant looming over me. His lips curled ever so slightly, almost like a nod of approval etched across his face. Then, without warning, his figure unraveled, thinning into vapor and vanishing as if the room itself had swallowed him. What I saw next made my skin crawl. My breath came in ragged bursts as I watched another shapeless, dark, shadowy figure materialize in front of me. Its ominous presence pressed against the room like a weighted blanket, and its piercing gaze cutting through the suffocating stillness. My limbs felt like lead, but fear jolted me back into action. I forced myself upright, slamming my elbow into the mirror beside me. Glass shards scattered across the floor, and I grabbed one, its jagged edge slicing into my palm as blood dripped steadily onto the tiles. "Back off!" I shouted, holding the shard out like a makeshift weapon. As I took a step toward it, it hovered for a moment longer, quietly studying me with a cold intensity before finally vanishing. Slipping through the window and out of sight, I dropped the glass as I sank to the floor, leaning against the wall, my eyes still fixed on the window. 100 thoughts spun wildly in my mind. The creature was out in the open now, and free. The killings will not stop. In fact, it is only going to increase. And it is also highly unlikely the creature will go back to the mill. Yet, for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope, especially after learning Sergeant Holtred findings. But my first order of business would be to pay a visit to Eleanor. She needs an update on how this story ends. House in the sky. The photograph arrived without explanation. It showed some kind of mass, dark, gray, and pulsating. The mass hovered far above the North Atlantic. It resembled a cyclone, but there was no eye in this storm, and there was no rotation. The mass consisted of just layers, like folds of gauze, stacked and suspended. The sky around it was eerily clear. That was the first impossibility. Dr. Elena Reyes saw the image at 6:32 a.m. Someone forwarded it to her personal account from an encrypted ministry server. The subject line read only, "Come in immediate." As she stared at the screen, a chill crept up her spine, an instinctive dread that this was no ordinary anomaly, but something that defied the laws she had spent her life studying, something that made her feel small and exposed. Dr. Reyes arrived at the North Strand Climate Monitoring Facility before sunrise. The conference room was already full, which was unusual for a Wednesday. Technicians filled the room. Along with military liaisons, 2 senior meteorologists were there, and a man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena was present. That department did not exist officially. No one spoke for the first 10 minutes. They just stared at the image projected on the main wall, a still frame from a weather satellite feed. "I have never seen a static formation at that altitude before," Elena said, her eyes locked on the impossible image. "How high is this exactly?" Inside, her mind raced with denial, a growing unease twisting in her gut as if the mass itself was watching back through the pixels. 68 kilometers, one of the technicians said, adjusting his glasses. She blinked. "The mesosphere, correct. This does not make any sense," she murmured to herself, irritated by confusion. Yet beneath that irritation lurked a primal fear, the kind that whispered of things beyond human control. One of the meteorologists stood. "It is your job to make sense of it." "Dr. Reyes? When was it first reported?" she responded, ignoring the man in tone. "It has been there for 6 hours, and it just showed up." The military liaison cleared his throat. "A satellite over the Atlantic spotted it. We cross-checked it with a second pass. We thought it might be weapon debris. It is not. Civil flights are already diverting, and maritime routes are too on the monitors. Numbers scrolled, showing temperatures, wind speeds, and strange depth readings. The mass was not moving. Winds tore at it at hundreds of kilometers per hour, but it did not rotate. It did not shear. It just remained impossibly still. It is not a weather event," the meteorologist declared with a shaky voice and worry in his eyes. "Then what is it?" asked the liaison. No one had an answer. By noon, the world had seen it. Footage taken by a commercial pilot had gone viral. The footage showed a band of dark mist stretching from horizon to horizon, bloated and heavy, blotting out the sun. It covered a region roughly the size of North America, and it appeared to be growing. The shadow the cloud cast was immeasurable. On a clear day, the light would dim like a solar eclipse. The sky turned a dull gray, shadows vanished, and birds fell silent. Some areas experienced perpetual dusk. The night became imposing in its darkness. People on the ground began reporting changes, including strange static humming in their teeth, tension headaches, and a persistent low pressure in the ears. Online forums exploded. The cloud trended within the hour. Dr. Reyes kept working. She had trained herself to remain clinical and methodical. Still, she could not shake the feeling that the air in the lab had gone stale. Something was very wrong, and not a single thinking brain on the planet could provide answers to the impossible situation. Deep down, a quiet terror gnawed at her, the sense that this was not just a phenomenon, but a harbinger of something ancient and indifferent to human life. At exactly 9:43 p.m. GMT, the first sound was recorded. A low-frequency thump, thump sounded deep and distant. Then another came. They were 2 hours apart. Then again and again, thunder. Someone offered, but the radar was clear. Not a single weather system existed for 1,000 kilometers. The thump came again, only minutes apart. Lena sat perfectly still with her headset on, watching the sound wave roll across the monitor. It was not thunder. It was not seismic. It was airborne, high above their heads. Her heart pounded in sync, a wave of nausea rising as she imagined something vast and alive pulsing in the sky, its rhythm invading her very thoughts. Jeez whispered a young intern nearby. It is coming from inside the cloud. By midnight, it had settled into a rhythm. A slow, deep, drumming sound came thump, 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 thump. The sound was regular and relentless, as though something far above was knocking from the other side of the sky. Dr. Elena Reyes served as the lead meteorologist on Project Shadow Mantle. On day 1 at 11:42 p.m., Janti. She noted that the cloud remained stationary. Its scale was beyond measurement. Its thick fog extended far beyond the atmosphere. The sound began that night. Regular pulses came at low frequency, with an origin unknown, but triangulated within the formation. The collection of all data was incomplete at that time. In her personal note, she wrote that it was not weather, and it was not man-made. They did not know what this was. Privately, the uncertainty terrified her, a cold dread that kept her awake, wondering if this was the end of everything she knew, a cosmic intruder that cared nothing for humanity's fragile existence. By morning, the drumming was heard across the entire northern hemisphere. It was no longer limited to the monitoring stations. People across Europe, the eastern United States, parts of Western Africa, and even as far as Argentina reported hearing it, not just through the air, but through their bodies. They felt it in the base of the skull, the hollows of the chest, or behind the eyes. The sound was felt just as much as it was heard. Entire cities reported the vibrations. Hospitals began to fill, not from injury but from confusion. Migraines occurred, tinnitus happened, bleeding noses appeared. Some people began to lose their minds, tormented by a sound they could not escape. Others seemed unaffected by the strange phenomenon. A woman in Bordeaux began convulsing and screamed, "I hear it! I hear it! I hear it!" before falling unconscious at 1:06 a.m. GMT. Dr. Reyes watched from the roof of the North Strand facility as the light changed again. It was not dimmer, not quite. She struggled to name it. Shadows had lost their edges. Buildings looked slightly flattened. Colors were muted, like the world had been submerged in water. She raised her hand and stared at her palm. Veins looked like rivers on a map. Her skin was paler than before. The hairs on her arms stood up. A shiver ran through her, not from the cold, but from a profound sense of violation, as if the word itself was being rewritten, and she was powerless to stop it. The drumming continued. Dr. Reyes, the man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena, pushed through the steel door behind her. "My name is Marcus Mama. I have been meaning to speak with you." He paused beside her, with his eyes turned upward to the dreadful cloud. It swallowed the entire skyline, hiding stars and moon alike. "Quite the view," he murmured. "What can I do for you, Marcus?" she asked. Her tone clipped, unwilling to indulge small talk, though inside, she clung to the conversation as a fragile anchor against the growing abyss in her mind. "You know who I work for?" She nodded once, offering him a cigarette from a near-empty pack. "No thanks, I quit. Fresh air for me." He laughed awkwardly as Dr. Reyes lit her smoke. "They are relocating me," he said. "Opposite side of the world, a counterpart facility in the southern hemisphere. They want simultaneous readings and mirrored tidinates. Honestly, it feels like I am just being moved out of the blast zone." He paused for a moment. "Of this thing is global, if it keeps growing. We need to know if it behaves the same way everywhere. Otherwise, we are flying blind. Reyes studied him, the shadows across his face blurred and trembling in the wrong light. So you will be chasing the other horizon? Her thoughts drifted to envy, wishing she could escape too, but knowing deep down that nowhere was safe from this looming horror. Something like that. He gave a thin smile, but his eyes stayed locked on the sky. I will send you everything I find. Maybe between the two of us we will make sense of it. Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer than she intended. Then she looked back to the cloud. Maybe the drumming echoed, low, cavernous, and endless. Thump, 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 thump. Neither of them spoke after that. The emergency broadcast systems went live just after noon. News anchors read pre-written statements. No questions came, no speculation occurred. Authorities are aware of the atmospheric anomaly currently positioned over the Atlantic. Remain indoors. Limit direct observation of the phenomenon. Further information will be provided when available. The feeds cut off after 90 seconds. Black screens revealed the concerned reactions of the population. Social media boiled over with conspiracy, prophecy, and fear. A viral clip from New York showed commuters frozen in the middle of an intersection, all exiting their vehicles, all staring up at once, like they had heard a voice. Then some began to cry, others fell to their knees in prayer. All were united by the oppression of complete and total helplessness. Government helicopters swarmed beneath the cloud, like flies drawn to the stench of death. Another clip from a Nigerian cargo ship showed the cloud expanding, spilling outward in curling tendrils, with vast sections of dark mist swirled within the cloud. It looked like black sand in clear water. The crew final log simply read that God had returned to them at 2:42 a.m. Dr. Reyes stepped into the soundproof chamber to listen to the unfiltered live feed. She sat in the center of the small white room, strapped on the over-ear monitors, and listened. There it was. Thump, 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 thump. The drumming from the cloud came clearer now, more spacious, more thoughtful. There were pauses between the beats. The pauses were long enough to create the illusion it had stopped before it came again. She felt it deep in her ribcage, her heart sink to the aerial phenomenon. The drumming had become a presence, not sound alone, but a tidal force pressing against the earth. Every beat made her stomach lurch, as if something vast was stirring within the planet itself. Then it shifted. The sound broke free of rhythm. A single, elongated groan, wet and guttural, poured from the cloud. It rippled across the atmosphere like thick, viscous liquid, sloshing into every crack or crevice it could find. The ground itself vibrated under the sonic pressure. It was enormous and impossible. Something malignant came, something so vast that its moan reshaped the sky. Elena's mind reeled in horror, a scream trapped in her throat as the groan invaded her senses, making her feel like prey caught in the gaze of an uncaring predator. The pitch was almost beyond hearing, subsonic yet torturously present, low, dragging, reverberating with the weight of mass she could not comprehend. The groan slithered and pulsed like the wet crack of muscle tearing, sinew stretching, a predator yawning across the heavens. Her chest heaved, her stomach twisted, her fingers tingled with the pressure of sound. Her mind screamed against comprehension. The noise was alive, shapeless, yet aware. It hung in the room like a storm that could devour everything, pausing only to let its presence sink further into her bones before dragging itself back into a wet, shuddering growl. She ripped the headphones off, trembling, with sweat prickling across her skin. The chamber was silent, but not really. The sound lingered, imprinted on her ribs and skull, crawling through her blood, leaving her shaken with a terror that felt eternal. Was that a voice? The intern monitoring the signal turned to her, pale and crying. No, Dr. Reyes whispered, it was not a voice. He swallowed. Up then, what was it? She stood slowly and left the room without speaking another word. The drumming resumed as normal. Dr. Elena Reyes continued her field journal for Project Shadow Mantle. On day 2, at 3:17 a.m. GMT, she recorded that the cloud remained stationary. Its estimated diameter now exceeded 5,000 kilometers. Audio patterns continued, rhythmic and biological, possibly vocal. Array dose symptoms were reported, including neurological disruption, auditory hallucinations, and emotional volatility. Mass hysteria occurred. Thousands of casualties happened across different countries. Burst eardrums and internal hemorrhaging took place. Unrest was increasing. Governmental control was to obtain a visual of the sounding source. Marcus and team ran 3 LiDAR sweeps from orbit, from a U-2 spy plane, and from a modified weather balloon. The orbital scan returned no depth readings, not zero, just nothing. It was as if it struck open air for 1,000 meters, then refused to return. The plane scan logged 1 frame of internal structure which looked like bone. A moment later, the image glitched, reloaded, and showed a perfect sphere the size of a mountain. Then, static appeared. The balloon feed provided 20 minutes of telemetry before loss of signal. Internal layers were visible, fibrous and twitching. The final frame showed a shape in the center, spindled and elongated. It was symmetrical, but wrong. Their analysts ran it through edge detection software. The results were disturbing. It resembled a face, but only when you did not look at it directly. It was a convergence of lines, folds, and textures that formed something odd. One technician collapsed during image review. She said she felt like it could see her. Elena saw it too, just once. It did not scare her. It just made her feel ashamed. A deep, inexplicable shame that burrowed into her soul, as if she had glimpsed something forbidden, something that judged humanity unworthy. They locked the files. The project code was Shadow Mantle. Access was limited to visual AI systems only. No human review was permitted, effective immediately. In her personal note, Elena wrote that Marcus agreed there was something in there. He had gone south into the dark. She did not know when she would see him again. She thought it was stretching. The thought filled her with despair, a hollow ache that this entity was evolving, indifferent to the panic it sowed below. Dr. Reyes jolted from her sleep, her phone vibrating on the steel table. She had passed out at her desk. Overworked and exhausted, she grabbed her phone. The screen read, "Marcus from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena." "Reyes?" Marcus' voice came sharp and urgent. "Are you seeing the latest readings?" Her pulse quickened. The cloud had been behaving differently. The drumming was heavier and more insistent. Thump, 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 thump. "I am watching. It is intense, but nothing new yet." Her voice steadied, but inside, fear coiled tighter, a premonition that the worst was yet to come. Thump, 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 thump. Intense? His laugh was bitter. Intense does not cover the subsonic pulses. Every monitoring station on every continent, they are aligning. The underside of the cloud is splitting along a straight vertical seam. The satellites caught it just before it closed again. Dr. Reyes frowned. A seam, thump, 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 like it is preparing to open. And I do not mean metaphorically. His voice dropped, urgent. There is a pattern in the pulses. Rims are building. I do not know how else to say this. The drumming. It is a heartbeat, Elena, and it is getting faster. You need to be ready. Something is happening. Whatever you do, do not go outside. Whatever happens next, it is not just sound, it is alive. Thump, 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 chop, She felt it in her chest before she could reply, a vibration deep in bone and blood, the wet resonance of something enormous stirring. Terror flooded her, a suffocating wave that made her want to scream, to run, but there was nowhere to hide. Marcus, stay calm. Lock yourself in. Go to the bunker now. The monitors are there, you can observe. Whatever you do, do not step outside. Then the line went dead, a heartbeat later across the northern hemisphere. A vertical fracture tore through the sky like a wound. It widened with deliberate slowness. Layers of mist peeled back in fleshy folds. Shadows deepened, bending the space around it. A deafening, sticky squelch, like tearing flesh, echoed across the hemisphere. Behind it was a darkness that seemed to breathe, vast and unfathomable. The darkness bent perception. No camera could capture it. No eye on the planet was built to perceive such a biblical event. Without tremor or trumpet, the cloud opened. What lay inside was not lightless, but unknowable. Some said it was a mouth. Some said it was a wound, and from it came the sound again, louder now, clearer. Something wet and vast and pulsing came. Something impossible, not breathing, but mawing, crossed the world. People looked up in unison. Some screamed, some dropped to their knees, others stood still and watched, transfixed, as the first of the arms descended. Long, tapering limbs like serpents appeared, oily, black, and glistening. They emerged from the wound in the sky in slow spirals. Some were miles long, others kilometers. They swam through the air like they were underwater, languid, elegant, and hypnotic. Thousands of them existed. Tens of thousands came. They moved across the sky like a nest of worms poured through a funnel. They coiled and searched one by one. The arms reached down into the earth, slithering through cities, across oceans, over fields. It did not take long for the first to be taken. A man in Tokyo screamed as an arm squirmed its way around him. His fingers dug into the strange meat as the grip around his waist tightened, pulling him skyward. His cries split the morning air. In a European city, a young couple ran through the streets, hand in hand. The woman tripped, and an arm twisted around her ankle. Her boyfriend tried to pull her free. The arm retracted, twisting her upward with such force that his hands tore away from hers. He fell on his back, begging, only for the arm to return for him. In a Venezuelan village, a mother was snatched from her courtyard. Her young daughter clung desperately to her leg, screaming for her mother to come back down. Her tiny hands gripped her mother's ankle in desperation to save her, but the child and fingers could not hold. They were ripped upward hundreds of feet in a matter of seconds. Her mothery body ascended, twisting elegantly like a dancer in midair. But gravity did not forgive the child. She fell, limbs flailing, hair whipping across her face, colliding with the unforgiving earth. The sickening thump echoed across the village. Some were taken screaming, others laughed, lifted as if ascending into a dark ecstasy. Cultists, convinced of divine favor, threw themselves toward the putrid appendages, arms outstretched, their voices raised in hymns or chants of joy, begging for rapture. The arms took only a few of them with the same cold precision, pulling them upward as their ecstasy transformed into terror mid-flight. Across continents, people fought, clawed, and resisted, but it was futile. Each arm performed the same ritual, one human at a time, spiraling upward toward the yawning darkness, then returning to the earth for its next selection. Cities became theaters of chaos. Streets emptied in seconds. Traffic snarled and stalled. Windows rattled under the roar of thousands being drawn skyward as humanity unleashed below. Parents clawed for their children. Children screamed for their parents. People tried to leap from balconies, bridges, and rooftops, only to be grabbed mid-fall, their last moments a tangled dance of limbs and terror. In remote fields, farmers and herders watched as the arms swept across the horizon. Livestock scattered, terrified, the ground shaking under the thrumming resonance of the arms. One farmer caught a glimpse of his wife being lifted, screaming, crying his name. He tried to run. The arm retracted, and she was gone, leaving him kneeling in mud, screaming into the indifferent sky. Over the first 12 hours, over 40 million were gone, more than the entire population of Canada. By 48 hours, estimates climbed past 90 million, entire nations devoured by the sky tails. The elderly, the healthy, the sick, criminals, priests, lovers, the lost were taken. The arms moved like a living tide, slow but inexorable, elegant in motion but grotesque in function. Each human was treated as a singular prize, twisted upward toward the infinite, the process horrifyingly meticulous. Dr. Reyes watched from the bunker as the monitors flared with the streams of abductions, faces contorted in panic, joy, or disbelief. She could hear them through the cameras, screams and prayer that layered upon one another like a living symphony of terror. Tears streamed down her face as guilt consumed her. The weight of witnessing the slaughter without being able to intervene, each life taken feeling like a personal failure, a nightmare she could not wake from. The arms paused briefly over cities, observing, coiling and uncoiling. Their thick veins pulsated. They seemed to savor the fear. Then, with chilling patience, they selected again, dragging the living toward the maw. Over the 57 hours, the northern hemisphere emptied in a relentless, mechanical, almost ritualistic harvest. Every arm returned repeatedly to the sky and wound, each human plucked and lifted until the air was thick with echoes of terror and awe. By the final hour, Dr. Reyes could only stare at the screens, numb. The arms paused at last, holding their harvests aloft for a long, silent moment, as if counting, observing, savoring. Then they began the slow, deliberate retreat, one by one, carrying their captives toward the unknowable darkness that had given them form. Her body trembled with exhaustion and dread, the silence after the chaos more terrifying than the screams. A void that echoed her own emptying soul. Over 4 hours, the sky had closed, and survivors emerged from false shelters. The world was left in silence. Only the sound of the drums remained. Thump, 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 thump. In her field journal for Project Shadowmantle, on day 3, at 11:11 p.m. GMT, Dr. Elena Reyes wrote that the formation opened. It was an aperture with an estimated diameter of 3,000 kilometers across Sharguns, or perhaps tongues, emerged. Thousands appeared. Their movement suggested intelligence, not random collision. Appeared non-biological. They could not predict it. She watched them be taken. God forgive her. They tried everything. Interference, signal jamming, sonic weapons. Government sent a nuke to hell with the aftermath of that. It did not go off. It was just swallowed by the cloud. The arms were not affected. The world was hollow. The monitors lay dead, their screens frozen with faces she would never forget. Even the saved recordings failed to convey the scale of what happened. The arms, the screams, the silence that followed. Entire populations were taken with the precision of a surgeon, the cruelty of a predator, the indifference of an animal. 90 million more, perhaps 100 million were gone. She could not be certain. The northern hemisphere was a graveyard with no corpses, and yet the sky was calm, deceptively calm. The wound had closed. The drum continued, always beneath everything. A low, insistent pulse that would not be ignored. In her personal note, She wrote that she did not know what to do next. Every theory, every model, every calculation was meaningless against this. They were observers of an event. They were its remnants. They were survivors only in a technical sense. In every other way, they were gone. The isolation crushed her, a profound loneliness amplified by the loss, making her question if survival was a curse rather than a mercy. There was nothing to fight. There was nothing to flee. There was only to record, only to bear witness, and she would till the end. What else was there to do? 1 month and 14 days passed. No arms came. No movement occurred from the sky. The cloud remained, hanging impossibly still above the Atlantic, like a wound that refused to heal. Most nations had abandoned any attempt to engage with it. Some still broadcast official statements, hollow and robotic reassurances, but no one listened. The world had been held in place, breathless, afraid to look up, held hostage by their new god. Tabulation. Faiths fractured, people starved, millions gathered in open fields, begging to be taken. Millions took their own lives in the face of the inevitable. Others locked their doors and prayed to be forgotten. Dr. Elena Laius stayed. She slept inside the bunker beneath the North Strand climate sunity. She had not left in weeks. The others were gone. Some taken when the arms descended, some fled, some too broken to continue. She kept her notes, her logs, her rituals of data and control, but every day it grew harder to believe that any of it mattered. Nightmares plagued her, visions of writhing arms and endless darkness, leaving her waking in cold sweat, her faith in science shattered by the incomprehensible. Redizen console crackled to life at 3:58 a.m. GMT. The signal was faint, washed in static, but the voice on the other end was unmistakable. "Raye," Marcus said, quick and hushed, like he was afraid the sound itself might carry. "Tell me you are awake." "I am awake." Her voice was brittle, the syllables clipped. She had been awake for days. "What is it?" "I have been tracking some," he said, "a pressure readings from the South Atlantic buoy network. They are tanking, not a storm, not a current shift. It is like the air itself is leaking. You have said that before. This is different." His breathing was uneven and shaky. The drop is not local, it is global. Everything is bleeding toward the cloud, not winds, everything. It is pulling like it is inhaling. Reyes exhaled through her nose. We do not know that is what it is doing. But in her heart she knew, a sinking horror that this entity was drawing breath, preparing for something even more cataclysmic. "I do know," Marcus shot back, voice tightening. "It is hungry and it has been patient. But..." A low laugh broke out that was not joy. "Christ, I cannot believe we are still pretending. This is about date. This is about survival, Mark," she said, doubting her own words. "Is it?" Marcus snapped. There was a pause before he spoke again. "We are all dead anyway. It is just a matter of time before it gets hungry again. And when it does," he trailed off, static filling the gap. "But you have seen the fields. You have seen the ones begging for it to take them. That is not living. That is meat waiting to be picked up. Stop." "Why?" His voice cracked. "You want the truth, Elena. There is no stopping it. There is no bargaining. We are not even ants too late. Ants get noticed before they are stepped on. This thing." He stopped abruptly, and next sound a sharp hiss in the line. "Marcus, mark silence." She waited another 3 seconds, then set the receiver down, her fingers trembling against the console. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and for the first time in her life she began to pray. The silence after his voice cut off amplified her isolation, a crushing fear that she was truly alone now, the last thread of human connection severed. She waited. Nothing. At exactly 4:17 a.m. GMT, 1 month and 14 days since the cloud arrived, the sky opened again. No warning came, no signal occurred, just a sudden shifting of the cloud, center folds drawing back, parting like lips peeled open by invisible hands. The drumming was constant, but this time something new came. The sound began, low, wet, rolling, like a cauldron of bile tipping somewhere beyond the stratosphere. The pressure dropped, the wind died. Then came a vast, guttural exhalation that seemed to surge from the planet's core and shatter the sky above. A noise like the entire sky, dry heaving, came, viscous and phlegm, soaked. The kind of sound made the stomach knot before the ears understood. A single, cataclysmic, guttural bellow cracked windows on every continent and shattered the upper atmosphere. The ground shook, tides recoiled, and birds fell from the sky. It was not just sound, it was force. A pressure wave of wet breath and raw heat came, like an open furnace filled with rotting flesh. It swept the globe within minutes. People clutched their heads and screamed as their ears bled. Animals bolted and dropped dead mid-run. Birds fell in flocks. Machines died. Satellites blinked out. Those at the epicenter could only scream as the force burst them into nothingness, and the smell came a stench so vast, so cellular, it soaked through walls. It crawled into lungs and stayed there. A taste of spoiled meat and copper. People vomited. Others tore at their flesh, trying to escape it. Most were dead in seconds, and then came the blood. From deep within the beast, beyond the gauze and folds of mist, something ruptured. A pressure valve, a gullet, a wound. No one knows. A tidal wave of thick, arterial blood was expelled with such volume and speed that it fell like monsoon rain over half the globe. Red soaked the ocean and rivers. Red splashed across rooftops and deserts and jungles. Half the earth was painted in blood. It steamed where it landed, hot and thick, and it reeked of iron and something sweet, something wrong. Some said they heard whispers in the rain. The clouds peeled back, and for the first and only time the being was seen, truly seen. For exactly 93 seconds the sky was clear, not in fragments, not distorted. It filled the sky. It was the sky. Its shape defied thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. Its surface was a chaos of textures, pinkish-gray membranes that posed with a rhythm older than time, bone plate ridges spiraling in geometries their minds could not hold, and spindled nerves that writhed like lightning frozen mid-strike. Each wrinkle, each twitch, seemed to hum with awareness, as if the cosmos itself had been stitched into its flesh. Its face, or what passed for one, stared down through a million lidless, goat-like eyes. Some were as vast as mountains, some flickered like dying stars, all simultaneously seeing and knowing. Their thoughts recoiled, their vision trembled, and yet they could not look away. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. No teeth came, no lips appeared, no gesture that humans could recognize occurred. Just a slow, dreadful unfurling of facial tissue came, an imitation of something it had only ever observed in their species, a suggestion of amusement aimed at the futility of existence. The motion folded in on itself in ways that should have torn it apart, yet held. They felt it not just in their eyes, but in their blood, in their marrow, in the corners of thought they did not know existed. Elena, watching from the bunker, felt a soul-deep revulsion, the smile mocking her every effort, reducing her to insignificance in a universe of indifferent horrors. And then the sky swallowed itself once more. But the memory lingered. Shapes impossible to describe etched themselves into their minds. Geometry that should not exist haunted their dreams. and the faint, impossible smile echoed in every shadow they ever crossed again. Silence fell, not peace, but silence. And then nothing. No arms came, no sound occurred, just the repetition of fear felt through the drum of the cloud. The wind returned at last. The stench never faded, never fully gone. The red rain soaked into everything. No government spoke publicly again after that. People stopped going outside. Entire towns were found empty, dead. Others worshipped, others killed themselves. The world waited. In her field journal for Project Shadow Mantle on day 45 at 7:02 a.m. GMT, Dr. Elena Reyes wrote that it belched. She did not know how else to describe it. It expelled something vast and foul into their atmosphere. Not an attack, not a gesture of dominance. It was a function, a bodily function. Like it forgot they were here. A sound she could not put into words. She felt it in the roots of her teeth, in the gaps between cells. It broke something in the sky, and the smell was still here, clinging to the vents, to her skin. It had soaked its way into the bunker. The blood was everywhere. They confirmed it was organic, human, and something else. For 93 seconds, it let them see it. She did not think they were supposed to. She did not think it cared. She had not slept since. She did not believe anyone was left to read this, but she was still writing. The visions haunted her, a constant replay in her mind, filling her with a despair so deep it felt like drowning in an endless sea of blood. There was no scientific language left for what was happening. This was not an anomaly. This was a presence. This was an extinction event. It began to harden not all at once, but gradually, day by day, as the blood congealed under heat and rain, the bright red stains that had covered oceans, cities, forests darkened. They thickened with reddish clots. Then it began to bond. What had first been described as organic blood now revealed itself to be something more. A precursor, a fluid waiting to become on the 15th day after the belch. The first major surface scan from what remained of the low Earth orbit satellites returned images of a continuous sheet forming across the Atlantic basin, fibrous, pale, ridged in places like cooled wax spread over the surface of the Earth. At first, it seemed like sediment or ice, but it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Beneath lunar light, it swelled. Seismic equipment registered. Subtle movement. Microscopic contractions, as if breathing through the crust. The red had become pink-gray. The pink-gray was becoming skin, a skin that now stretched, uninterrupted, from Portugal to the eastern edge of the Caribbean. The scientists who remained debated this transformation in hushed, mechanical tones. No conclusions were reached. There was no baseline. There were no comparative models. But Dr. Elena Reyes understood this was not an invasion. This was not a divine punishment. This was gestation. Earth, or what remained of it, was being blanketed in something alive, not absorbed, not consumed, prepared. The realization hit her like a physical blow, a wave of existential terror that this planet was merely a cradle for something monstrous, and she was trapped in its unfolding birth. And then, at 8:46 p.m. GMT, on the 46th day, the cloud moved. It shifted without sound, without storm, without effort, not blown, not carried, not pulled by gravity. It simply drifted, as if an unseen cord had been cut, as if the process in the west had reached some threshold. It took 6 hours to traverse the ocean. 6 hours of silence. People in Asia and Australia watched it approach, the spiraling gauze blotting out the sky, as if it was swallowing it whole. They had seen the videos. They knew what would come, till they watched. Some hoped it would pass. It did not. At 2:17 local time, the cloud settled above the Indian Ocean. The sky began to open again, and the arms began their terrible descent. In her final field journal, entry for Project Shadow Mantle on day 46 at 11:44 p.m., Dramti Dr. Elena Reyes wrote this as the final transmission. The blood was not inert. It was a matrix, a forming tissue, something between placenta and a cocoon. It was still soft in parts, but solidifying. Already 3/4 of the Atlantic sea floor was covered in a single sheet. Their instruments could not pierce it. It was warm. It pulsed every 7 minutes. It was alive. The cloud had moved to the Indian Ocean. The issue signs suggested the process was starting again. The same pattern, same altitude, same shape, same silence. She believed this was reproductive behavior, a life cycle. This thing, or system, or entity, was using the atmosphere to sow itself. It did not see them. It did not hear them. It did not need them. They were not chosen. They were not rejected. They were instantly present. What they thought was an anomaly was a phase, a part of something older, larger, maybe 1,000,000 years old, maybe eternal. It did not matter. What mattered was what was being left behind, a blanket, a membrane, a womb stretched across the earth. There was no rescue coming. There was no top of the food chain. There was only the shape behind the clouds, and what it left in its wake. She was writing this from a world already half covered in skin, already half dead. The knowledge filled her with a final, resolute dread, a mix of curiosity and resignation that drove her toward the inevitable. Tomorrow she would step outside and feel it for herself. She wanted to know if it responded. She wanted to know if it knew she was here. End log. The surface of the planet was no longer visible. A thick, swirling fog blanketed every inhospitable continent, every ocean, rising miles into the sky. It did not move with the wind. It ignored the weather. It simply clung, dense, luminous, and unnaturally still. Satellite feeds, what few remained, showed the same impossible formations above Earth's surface. Layered mist, spiraling but unmoving. No rotation came, no eye appeared. Just folds, just gauze, stacked and suspended. Marcus no longer checked the time. He had not for days. His oxygen mask hissed its final shallow breaths, each one thinner than the last. The generators had gone silent. The lights burned only in intermittent flickers, casting the facility in a pulse of dim, ghost-like hues. Every room was empty. Everyone else was dead. Marcus lay flat on the cold concrete floor, cheek pressed against it, one hand spread wide as if to hold the earth steady. His lips moved, forming soundless words, but he stopped. He did not need words. He only needed to listen. Thump, 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 thump. A heartbeat came. It was in the cloud. It was in the sky. Now it was here beneath his bones, inside the crust. Deep in the dark belly of the world, Marcus let out a broken laugh that cracked into a sob. His eyes glistened, unfocused, staring at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the sky above. "There are 2 of them now," he whispered, barely audible. The fog outside pulsed with a faint, internal light. Not lightning, not fire. Something vascular, something alive. His throat tightened. His chest was heavy. The hiss of his mask was a thin trickle of air, barely enough to maintain hope. He pulled it away, let it fall beside him. The silence rushed in. He smiled, weak and delirious, teeth streaked with blood from biting his tongue raw in his sleep. We were the womb. Marcus had never been a religious man. He used to scoff at prayer, at ritual. But now, on the floor of a dying world, the last man standing, a gun trembling in his hand, he mouthed the words, "Anyway." Fragments of hymns, half-remembered psalms, apologies to no one. He turned the gun on himself. comforted by the realization it would all be over soon. The fog above glowed brighter, its folds pulsing with rhythm, like veins, like lungs. Marcus closed his eyes, the weight of suffocation pressing him into the floor. His last thought was not of escape, not of resistance, only awe. Far beyond Earth, in the silence of space, the first cloud drifted on, searching for the next world. The Earth exhaled its final breath and became something new. Dark side discretes. The clock on my Boston University office wall ticked past noon on a sweltering June day in 1989. Its relentless rhythm was drowned by the hum of a city oblivious to the darkness I was about to stumble into. I was sorting through a pile of psychology papers, my mind lost in theories of the human mind, when the door burst open with a force that rattled the windows. Two men in black suits stood there. Their faces were carved from stone, eyes hidden behind mirrored sunglasses that reflected my startled expression. They didn't speak at first, just stared as if measuring my soul. Then one barked a single word, a come. My heart lurched. I thought it was a prank, some colleague bad joke, but the cold steel of a badge flashed in his hand. The air grew thick with menace. They hustled me to a black Cadillac idling outside, its engine growling like a beast ready to pounce. As we sped through Boston, crowded streets, tires screeching, a crackling voice on their radio hissed a phrase that froze my blood. "Ta, the lunar tapes are rear." Lunar tapes, my mind raced, conjuring images of moonlit horrors, of men screaming in the void. From the passenger seat, a sealed envelope slid toward me, marked with a single chilling word, cross-eyed. I opened it, and a grainy photo fell out. It showed a shattered astronaut suit on the moon's surface, its visor cracked, something unspeakable clawing its way out. An hour later, I found myself seated at a polished oak table, in a small, windowless room somewhere in the heart of Washington, D.C. The lack of windows was jarring, but the room in opulence compensated for it. The carpet was thick, a deep burgundy that seemed to swallow sound. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, giving the space a claustrophobic yet luxurious feel. I sat alone, the silence pressing against me like a physical weight. My thoughts raced as I tried to make sense of my presence here. The envelope and its horrifying image lay heavy in my lap. The grainy photograph burned itself into my memory. Then, without warning, the door swung open. A dozen men poured in, their voices raised in heated debate. They were middle-aged or older, their faces etched with the strain of years spent in high-stakes roles. Some spoke with thick Russian accents, their words sharp and guttural. Others carried the precise, measured tones of American officials. They clutched stacks of documents, papers spilling from folders as they argued. Their voices overlapped in a chaotic symphony of urgency and frustration. They didn't notice me at first, their focus consumed by the dispute. I sat quietly, trying to pass their conversation. Much of it was incomprehensible, a tangle of political jargon and technical terms that felt like a foreign language. I was a psychologist, not a diplomat or scientist. Their words seemed to belong to a world I didn't understand. But one phrase cut through the noise, spoken by an older man with a heavy Russian accent, his voice gravelly and commanding. The last time a human set foot on the moon was the 14th of December, 1972, nearly 20 years ago. We need to know if they're still up there. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. I was stunned. Everyone knew the Apollo 17 crew. The last humans to walk the moon had returned safely. Their faces had been broadcast across the globe, their voices celebrated in every American household. Yet this man of words suggested something else, something impossible. A tense silence followed. The men exchanged glances, waiting for someone to break the quiet. I don't know what possessed me. Perhaps a mix of naivety and a need to clarify the absurdity, but I spoke up. My voice cut through the stillness. Excuse me, I thought all 3 Apollo 17 crew members returned to Earth safely. The room froze. Every pair of eyes turned to me, their stares sharp and piercing, as if Ida uttered something forbidden, something already debated and dismissed in secret meetings long before I arrived. The older man, his face weathered and stern, locked his gaze on me, his eyes narrowing. "Do you think we've afraid of mere humans on the moon?" he asked, his voice low but laced with a cutting edge. I felt a flush of embarrassment, my cheeks burning as I realized stepped into something far beyond my understanding. My mind scrambled, grasping at possibilities. He was right, in a way. It had been over 20 years since Apollo 17. If anyone had been left behind, stranded on that desolate, airless rock, they'd have run out of oxygen, food, and water within days. Their bodies would be preserved in the moon vacuum, lifeless husks frozen in time. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. It also made this meeting feel like a disastrous misstep. I was out of my depth. A psychology professor thrust into a world of espionage, conspiracy, and cosmic secrets. The man leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine, and spoke in a near whisper. You have no idea, and you never will, about what we know is up there." The weight of his words settled over me, heavy and oppressive, like a storm cloud ready to burst. I stayed silent, partly to avoid further embarrassment, but also because the rooming atmosphere had shifted. It was electric, charged with tension and unspoken truths that hung in the air like smoke. He reached into his stack of documents and pulled out a few stapled pages. He slid them across the table toward me with deliberate care. "I assume you weren't briefed about this meeting," he said, his tone matter-of-fact, almost dismissive. I wanted to protest, to demand why I was here, to correct his assumption that I belonged in this room, but I held my tongue. Instead, I took the pages. My hands were steady, despite the unease coiling in my chest. I began to read. The cover was stark, marked only with a classification level. Level 7, and nothing else. No title, no context, just that ominous designation in bold, unyielding print. I turned the page, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The documents contained a series of black and white photographs, each more unsettling than the last. The first was a lunar landscape, its surface pockmarked with craters, the gray dust stretching endlessly under a starless sky. In the distance stood a structure, artificial and alien, its sharp angular lines stark against the moon in soft curves. It didn't belong there. A man made an intrusion in a place untouched by humanity. The second image was worse. It showed a lunar lander, but it wasn't intact. It looked as though it had been sliced open from top to bottom, the cut clean and precise, with no jagged edges or scattered debris. Cyrillic text was faintly visible on the side, a chilling reminder of its Soviet origin. My heart pounded as I turned to the third image, the most disturbing of all. It showed a basic astronaut suit, crumpled on the lunar surface, surrounded by fragments of what could only be the wearer. The visor was shattered. Its jagged edges suggested something had torn the occupant out with terrifying, unnatural force, as if ripped through the helmet at unimaginable speed. The fourth image revealed more suits, scattered across the surface, about 75 yards from the camera. Their emptiness was haunting, as if the occupants had vanished mid-step, leaving only their shells behind. My hands trembled as I held the pages. My palms were damp with sweat. I wanted to bolt from the room to escape the weight of what I was seeing, to unsee those images that burned themselves into my mind. But I forced myself to stay, to sit through the meeting, at least until it ended. The discussion shifted to a Russian moon landing in October 1968, a mission absent from every history book, erased from public knowledge. As I stared at the horrifying photographs, the older man sat down across from me. His presence was commanding, despite his age. "The Americans thought they'd reach the moon first," he said, his voice thick with bitterness, a trace of old wounds. "They thought Russian technology was inferior. They were wrong." An American man sitting across from him stubbed out his cigarette on the table. The ash smeared across the polished wood, his frustration palpable. "For God's sake, enough with the communist propaganda. Get to the point." The older man, who I now knew as Colonel Harris, didn't flinch. His eyes were steady and unyielding and fine. "We landed on the moon in 1968, just 6 miles from where Apollo 17 touched down in 1972, but nowhere near any other American landings. We know they landed safely, but radio contact was lost about 5 hours after touchdown. We assumed it was a mechanical issue, a failure in the plutonium fuel cell. They could take off or communicate. It was a victory for Russia, but also a tragedy, a secret buried deep. Those involved carried on as if nothing had happened, as they always did, no matter how many times they do seem dead." My mind raced, piecing together the fragments of this revelation as I tried to stay focused on Colonel Harrison's words. The Americans landed a man on the moon in July 1969, and again in December 1972. On the 22nd of December 1972, we were informed. He paused, glancing at another man in the room, a tall figure with a Texas drawl who spoke with quiet, unshakable authority. "Yes, as soon as we were certain, we notified the Pentagon immediately," the man said. He flipped through his notes with deliberate care. His fingers were steady despite the weight of his words. "The Apollo 17 crew discovered an unidentified lunar module. We assumed it was Russian. A few minutes after receiving the images, they confirmed it was one of yours. Tell him what your crew found, comrade." Colonel Harris nodded to the American, who leaned forward. His voice was low and measured. "We weren't sure at first, but the debris on the module wasn't just mechanical. It was human remains, and not only that, they were all decapitated beyond recognition." The words hit like a physical blow. My stomach twisted as I struggled to process them. He continued, his tone unwavering. "Right after that discovery, the 3 Apollo 17 crew members demanded to return to Earth immediately. We told them the service module orbiting the moon was in the wrong trajectory, so they had no choice but to stay inside the lunar module until the return window. They reported seeing shapes outside, moving, picking up equipment they'd left on the surface. These men were 20 feet from those things, separated only by the thin walls of the module. Those modules were designed to withstand the vacuum of space and the forces of launch, not physical attacks from something unknown." My mind reeled, a storm of disbelief and fear. I blurted out the first question that came to me. Unthinking, my voice trembled. If all this happened, why did the Apollo 17 crew look so normal when they were welcomed back, smiling and waving on live television in front of the world? Colonel Harris's lips twitched, almost forming a smile, but it was devoid of warmth. Of course they looked happy. The men the world saw that day weren't anywhere near the spacecraft, let alone the moon. I stared at him, confusion mounting, my heart pounded in my chest. He didn't give me a chance to interrupt. His voice was steady and deliberate. Those men were in no state to face the public when they returned. They were broken, mentally shattered. So we had actors take over, handling the press conferences, the parades, the celebrity status, until the real crew could recover. But they never did. Physically, they were fine, their bodies unharmed, but their minds were gone. They needed sedatives just to eat a meal, to sit still long enough to function. They kept talking about seeing shapes, shadows that weren't human, that didn't belong. One of them described it to us in halting, terrified whispers. He said they were like a shadow without a source, formless, yet menacing, staring without eyes, piercing his soul, draining every thought, and replacing it with raw, unrelenting fear and terror. We still don't know what happened up there. All we have are those photos, not speculation, not guesses, just the cold, hard evidence of those images. I turned to the next page in the documents. My hands shook uncontrollably. The edges of the paper were damp from my sweaty palms. The ink smudged slightly under my fingers. The next image was worse than the others, a fleeting glimpse of one of those shapes. It was terrifying. A dark, amorphous shadow with distinct outlines, limbs that didn't quite make sense, as if they defied the laws of physics. From the angle of the photo, I estimated they were 9 or 10 feet tall, towering over the lunar surface. Their presence was an affront to everything I understood about the word. "So what does this have to do with me?" I asked. My voice was unsteady, barely above a whisper. Another man, one I had noticed before, spoke up quickly. His tone was brisk and professional. "You're a psychology professor. We need to ensure that if the crew of the next mission is affected, you'll be able to treat them, to bring them back from whatever they encounter." The words hit me like a freight train. A wave of dread washed over me. I still could fathom why Vega dragged me into this nightmare, why they thought I was suited for such an incomprehensible task. A few men exchanged glances. Their expressions were unreadable. Colonel Harris spoke again. His voice was calm but firm. "And we chose you for a reason. We reviewed your case files thoroughly, your work in psychiatric hospitals, your research on trauma and the human mind. We are confident you meet every requirement for this mission." I stood up. Anger flared in my chest. My voice rose despite myself. "This is absurd. You think because I spent 18 months working in a psychiatric hospital, I'm qualified to treat astronauts who've seen things beyond human comprehension. They were 20 feet from those things, 250,000 miles from any other living soul. You clearly don't understand how psychology works. The mind is a machine you can just fix with a few sessions. Why would you send anyone back there? The last crew in 72 barely survived, if you can call being spoon-fed at 39 surviving." My outburst left me breathless, my hands clenched into fists, but I wasn't done. I'm not satisfied with this. I refused to be part of it. Colonel Harris remained calm. His expression was unreadable. His eyes studied me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "But on," he said. His voice was steady, almost soothing. "To take these documents, read them carefully. If you change your mind, let us know. But think it over, Professor. This isn't something you walk away from lightly. Edu made my decision. I was taking this mission no matter what they said, but I took the documents, clutching the briefcase tightly to avoid further confrontation with Colonel Harris. 2 suited men drove me back to Boston University. Their silence was as oppressive as the car ride that had brought me here. I sat in the back seat. The briefcase was heavy in my lap, the weight of those images pressed against my mind. The streets of Boston passed by in a blur. The city of vibrancy contrasted with the dark secrets I now carried. Part of me wanted to speak up, to demand answers, to scream at the absurdity of it all. But I held back. The thought of hearing first-hand accounts of malevolent, otherworldly beings from men whose minds had been shattered by some incomprehensible force was too much. I couldn't bear it, not then, not ever. I still remember the mission in detail seared into my memory like a brand. It launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida on the 22nd of December 1990 with a crew of 3, 1 American, 2 Russians. Their names escape me now, lost to the haze of time and my own reluctance to dwell on them. I did not think much about attending, about being part of whatever they were planning. I stored the documents in a box folder in my office in January 1990, just after returning from the Christmas break. The weight of them lingered like a curse. Then came the call. A voice on the phone, curt and authoritative, told me I'd be picked up the next day and needed to bring the documents. I reminded them I wanted no part of this. My voice was firm, but edged with frustration. They acknowledged my refusal, even respected it, but insisted I attend the next day meeting as planned. I had no choice, not really. The same 2 men picked me up. Their faces were as unreadable as before. Their silence was a wall between us. I brought the briefcase. The documents inside felt like a ticking bomb. When we arrived at Capitol Hill, I wasn't taken to the windowless room from before. Instead, they led me to a basement level. The air was cool and damp. The faint hum of machinery echoed in the distance. Colonel Harris was there along with a handful of others. Their faces were grim. Their eyes were shadowed with exhaustion. "Good to see you again, comrade, in a way," he said. His tone was cryptic, almost mocking. I frowned, confused by his choice of words. My unease grew. "What do you mean, in a way? I was told I wouldn't need to conduct any psychological experiments. Why am I back here?" He looked up from the floor. His eyes were heavy with a weariness that seemed to age him beyond his years. The mission failed," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. My mind raced, searching for something to say, some way to anchor myself in the face of his words. Was it a communication issue? A power failure? I asked, grasping at logical explanations. Colonel Harris shook his head. His expression was grim. Ambaya and the equipment was fine, until we saw what happened to them on the video feed. Fear gripped me, cold and unrelenting. I braced for what he would say next. My heart pounded in my chest. Those shapes weren't just still there. They were waiting for the crew the moment they landed. They barely had time to shut down the navigation computer before everything was torn apart, ripped to piece. I tried to stay rational, to cling to logic in the face of the impossible. We talking about shapes? Could it have been a mechanical failure? A structural flaw? I asked. My voice was shaking. He cut me off. His tone was sharp and final. There was no failure. I will tell you how I know. Those shapes were just foot soldiers, pawns in something bigger. They do warned us off the moon twice. There do be no more warnings. If we sent anyone back, they do treat it as an act of war, not with weapons or bombs, but a war against the human mind. Something no one could imagine, something no one could survive intact. I was speechless. My thoughts spiraled into a void of fear and disbelief. The module had landed on the lunar surface at 3:45 a.m. on Christmas Day, 1990. The stars above were silent witnesses. At 3:47 a.m., the crew appeared on the video feed. Their faces were visible for a fleeting moment. By 3:48 a.m., they were gone, decapitated inside the lunar module. Their lives were snuffed out in an instant. The high-speed printers at Mission Control churned out page after page. Each one repeated the same message, a chilling warning to stay away from the moon, complete with vivid, horrifying descriptions of the consequences if we ignored it. Anger surged through me, hot and fierce, mixing with a terror that clawed at my chest. Why would they send 3 innocent men to their deaths, 250,000 miles away, to be torn apart by these things? What kind of arrogance, what kind of hubris would lead to such a decision? But the fear was deeper, a primal dread of what humanity might face if we dared return to that forsaken place. "What do we do now?" I asked. My voice was barely above a whisper. My hands trembled as I clutched the edge of the table. Colonel Harris stood, holding out his hand for the documents. His expression was unreadable. I pulled them from my briefcase. My fingers fumbled with the clasp. I handed them over. My heart was heavy with regret. "No copies. You did duplicate these?" he asked. His voice was sharp. I shook my head, cursing myself for not making copies. When I had the chance, he walked down a dimly lit hallway. His footsteps echoed. He reached a small room with a metal chute. He lifted the lid. A wave of heat and orange light spilled out. The roar of the furnace filled the air with a primal intensity. He loosened the pages. Their edges curled in the heat. He tossed them into the chute. The flames consumed them in seconds before the lid slammed shut with a resounding clang. "That the last trace," he said. His voice was cold. "As long as you didn't make copies, that mission never happened." He turned back to the hallway. I followed, and my legs were unsteady. The door to the furnace room closed behind us with a heavy thud. "You can find your own way home, comrade," he said, extending his hand once more. I shook my head. Instinct overrode thought after everything I'd heard. The images still burned in my mind. Please, don't revisit our past," he said. His voice was low and final. "We may need you again. Next time your cooperation will be mandatory." He turned and walked away. His figure disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. He left me alone with my thoughts. I didn't see Colonel Harris again until 1997. The meeting felt neither planned nor entirely accidental. By then, the covert research done in the 80s and or 90s had dried up. The shadowy agencies EJU worked with dissolved alongside the Soviet Union. There was little classified work left on this side of the Atlantic. The world was shifting into a new, uncertain era. EG spent the intervening years working for various institutions, mostly under the National Institutes of Health. Their sterile halls contrasted with the clandestine meetings of my past. For nearly a year, I conducted research at a high-security hospital in Maryland. The place was often mistaken for a prison, but was in truth a medical facility where patients could refuse treatment. My work was ethical, rooted in psychology aimed at helping patients reclaim some semblance of normalcy. I never conducted cruel experiments, nothing like the horrors of fiction or the atrocities of wartime. I always gave my patients the option to decline, even if protocol didn't require it. It was a small act of humanity in a system that often felt cold that year. I was attending a psychology conference in Chicago. It was a multi-day event filled with lectures, debates, and networking. I stayed at a hotel near Lincoln Park. The name escapes me now. The details are blurred by time. The city was alive with energy. Its skyscrapers gleamed under the autumn sun. The streets bustled with life. One evening, I was at a bar near the conference center, sharing drinks and ideas with fellow professors. The hum of conversation was a welcome distraction from the weight of my past. Then a familiar voice cut through the chatter, low and unmistakable. "Alma, comrade, you're here." It was Colonel Harris. My heart skipped a beat. What was a former Soviet military commander doing at a medical conference in Chicago? I excused myself from my colleagues. They exchanged puzzled glances as I responded to the word comrade, a term that carried a weight they could understand. I'd never spoken of the events of 7 years prior, not to anyone. The memories were locked away like the documents I'd watched burn. I approached him, noting the changes in his appearance. He held the glass of bourbon in one hand. The amber liquid caught the dim light. A thick cigar smoldered in the other, its smoke curling upward. Gone was the military coat adorned with medals, replaced by a tailored suit that made him look more like a businessman than a soldier. His face was older, the lines deeper, but his eyes still held that sharp intensity. "Colonel Harris, what are you doing here?" I asked. I was unable to hide my surprise. My voice was tinged with unease. He grinned. A spark of amusement lit his eyes, as if my reaction entertained him. "I'm not here for a psychological evaluation, if that ain't what you're thinking," he said. His tone was lighter than I remembered, as if the weight of the Soviet Union collapse had freed him from some burden. We moved to a quieter table in the bar, away from the crowd. The clink of glasses and murmur of voices faded into the background. "Seriously, what brings you here?" I pressed. My curiosity outweighed my apprehension. He took a sip of bourbon, savoring it before answering. "I tried contacting your university, but they said you no longer taught there. So I made some calls, pulled a few strings, and learned you do be here for the conference." His words confirmed my suspicion that this meeting was no accident, a carefully orchestrated reunion. "So what do you do now?" I asked. I leaned forward, genuinely curious about his life after the fall of the Soviet Union. he chuckled. The sound was low and rumbling. He took another sip of bourbon. When Mother Russia began to fall apart, I did what any sensible man would do. I capitalized on it. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he leaned forward. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Let it just say certain Eastern European nations west of Russia could acquire surplus military hardware at a steep discount. He relit his cigar. The flame cast flickering shadows across his face. I was tasked with liquidating assets: tanks, planes, trucks, weapons, ammunition. You name it. My orders were simple: sell at the best price and send the money to Moscow. It made sense. A collapsing superpower had little use for millions of rounds of ammunition or thousands of vehicles, relics of a bygone era. Let me guess, I said. A wry smile tugged at my lips. You found a way to profit? He grinned wider. His eyes sparkled with a rogue charm. Exactly. Leaders from Eastern Europe and the Baltic states could buy top-tier military hardware for pennies on the dollar. But bank transfers raised too many questions, even in Russia, so I insisted on gold bullion or US dollars. No exceptions. The paperwork was easy to manipulate. 100 tanks for $300,000 could become 7 tanks on paper. Suddenly, I had hundreds more to sell, and the profits were mine. Were not you afraid of getting caught? I asked. My voice was low, almost instinctive. He laughed softly. The sound was rich with confidence. Brad, this was the fall of the Soviet Union, the greatest military power the world had ever seen. There were people in charge, sure, but a few envelopes stuffed with cash could make any problem disappear. He leaned closer. His voice dropped to a whisper. His eyes locked onto mine. Those who knew didn't care, and those who cared didn't know. We talked for hours, diving into the politics of the Soviet collapse, the shifting alliances, the chaos of a world order unraveling. The bar grew quieter as the night wore on. The crowd thinned, but our conversation deepened, fueled by bourbon and the weight of shared secrets. Inevitably, we circled back to the failed moon mission of 1990. The air grew heavy. The jovial mood evaporated like mist. Comrade, if we're going to discuss this, we should do it in pride, he said. His tone was serious. His eyes scanned the room for eavesdroppers. I nodded. The weight of his words settled over me. Even in the late 90s, talking about classified space missions in a crowded bar would draw unwanted attention, raise questions we could afford to answer. We left the bar. The cool Chicago night air contrasted with the warmth inside. We walked the short distance to my hotel room near the conference center. The city inn-lights twinkled around us. The skyline was a jagged silhouette against the sky. Once in my room, he settled into a chair by the television. Its screen was dark and silent. I pulled another chair across from him. The wood creaked under my weight. We sat face to face. The weight of our past encounter hung between us like a specter. What happened with that mission? I asked. My voice was steady but cautious. My heart pounded with anticipation. He sighed. His shoulders slumped. His face was etched with regret. I can't tell you everything we know, comrade, he said. His voice was heavy with frustration. We never should have launched it. It felt wrong from the start. A gut instinct I could shake, but I was just a cog in a massive communist machine. How could I stop it? I could sense his regret, the burden of decisions made by men far above him, men who did have to face the consequences. After the 68 mission failed, we made contact with those behind the cover-up of both Mitch. He continued. His voice was low, almost reverent. My ears perked up. My pulse quickened. I hadn't expected him to say that. To admit to communication with something, or someone, beyond our world. We had an open line of communication between our launch sites and them. Not the shapes, not just foot soldiers. This was something far more real, something far more powerful. Who were they? I asked. I leaned forward. My voice was barely above a whisper. We don't know, he said. His eyes were distant, as if staring into the void of space itself. They didn't understand our questions, but they spoke in a universal language, advanced science and technology beyond our imagination, beyond anything we could dream of. He paused, collecting his thoughts. His fingers tightened around his glass. I don't know how much you know about tech, comrade, but I'd keep it simple. Before we contacted them, we struggled with semiconductors. Our germanium-based designs failed time and again. We sent probes to the moon with our faulty samples and diagrams. Simple symbols explaining our problem. They sent back solutions, suggesting we use silicone instead, along with a chemical solution for photolithography. It was a game changer, a leap forward we could have achieved alone. We analyzed their samples, scaled up production, and it worked perfectly, flawless. I was stunned. My mind struggled to grasp the implications, the idea that something out there had guided humanity, technological leap. So whoever was up there wanted the Soviet Union to advance technologically? I asked. My voice trembled with awe. Execs, he said. He rose to pour another drink from the minibar. The clink of ice against glass punctuated the silence, but we weren't the only ones. Our agents in the U.S. obtained American myeducted samples. Their process was identical to what we'd been given. The Americans were in contact with them too, no question about it. I pressed him to confirm. My mind raced with the implications. He nodded. His expression was grim. They used the technology to fuel their capitalist society, selling it to the public through gadgets, computers, the seeds of the digital age. We used it to strengthen our military, our society, to hold our ground in the Cold War. The pieces fell into place. A chilling realization settled over me. The technological leaps of the past 50 years, microchips, computers, the digital revolution, were too rapid, too extraordinary for humans alone. Something had guided us, shaped our progress. If they helped you, why were they so hostile? I asked. My voice was barely above a whisper. Dread coiled in my chest. He sat back down, his expression darkened, his eyes were haunted. They do not fear us, comrade, he said. His voice was low and steady. They're incapable of fear, but they know how to use it against us, how to wield it like a weapon. Yet they have a preservation instinct like any intelligent life, a drive to protect their own exist. I hesitated, dreading the answer to my next question, but I had to ask, had to know. What did they want in return for their knowledge, their support? He leaned back in his chair. His fingers traced the rim of his glass as he searched for the right words. His face was etched with unease. They wanted to experiment on the human mind, he said. His voice was barely audible, as if speaking the words aloud made them more real, more terrifying. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I waited for him to continue. They did need our permission, he said. His eyes met mine, unyielding. They could do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. Our cooperation just made it easier, minimized interference with society, and kept the world from noticing. A chill ran through me, cold and unrelenting as I processed his words. What kind of experiments? I asked. My voice was shaking. My hands clenched into fists to steady myself. Psychological one, he said. He rose and paced the room. His movements were restless, as if the act of speaking about this was too much to bear while sitting still. They wanted to see how people react when a few are altered, allowed to keep their physical form but changed in other ways, their minds reshaped, twist. He stopped. His discomfort was palpable. His eyes darted to the shadows in the corner of the room. Let me ask you something, comrade, he said. He turned to face me. His voice was low and serious. Do you believe in God? I hesitated, caught off guard by the question. My mind raced to find an honest answer. I'm agnostic, I said finally. My voice was steady but cautious. I'm open to the idea of organized religion, but I'm not convinced by it. Not full. He chuckled softly. The sound was tinged with both amusement and sadness. That's a good answer, comrade, he said. He pointed at me with a faint smile. Your faith, or lack of it, ties into their agenda. They've done this before, and it worked spectacularly. They altered the minds of people across history, people we called prophets, visionaries, seers. My mouth went dry, my heart raced. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. But you're joking, I said. My voice was barely above a whisper. I hoped, prayed he was. He shook his head. His expression was deadly serious. His eyes locked onto mine. I went, no joke, comrade. I'm serious. I was raised Catholic, and I've come to accept this truth as hard as it is to swallow. They've been shaping our world for centuries, manipulating the human psyche in ways we can fully comprehend. I struggled to believe him. My mind rebelled against the idea, searching for a flaw, a misunderstanding. Let's say the prophets were part of their experiments, I said. My voice trembled, but was determined. What now? They can't just create another religion. People are too entrenched, too set in their ways to accept a new belief system. He nodded. His face was grim. His eyes were shadowed with worry. Bon, you're right, he said. Religion was their old experiment, and it succeeded beyond their wildest expectations. You can see the results, the churches, the temples, the billions who follow. Now they're planning something new, something different, an anti-prophet for lack of a better term. What does that mean? I asked. My voice was shaking. My mind grappled with the implications. He thought for a moment. His fingers tightened around his glass. His eyes were distant. We don't know, he said finally. His voice was heavy with uncertainty. But they hadn't started yet, at least that in. What they told us, they begin when their home planet completes 2,000 orbits since the last prophet in birth, a cycle we can't fully understand. The implication hit me like a tidal wave, clear and terrifying. So, after the year 2000? I asked. My voice was barely audible. In 1997, the millennium was a symbol of hope, a new era of possibility, but this cast it in a sinister, ominous light. I believe they've planned it, he said. His voice was low, his eyes haunted. They've turned some of us against the rest, using their past experiments as a framework. It'll be nearly impossible to stop, to isolate, to eliminate, because their influence is so deeply woven into our word. My mind was a storm of fear, disbelief, and dread, struggling to make sense of it all. What are the endgame? I asked. I didn't expect a clear answer. My voice trembled with the weight of the question. He looked away. His expression darkened. His voice was heavy with resignation. I do not know, he said. I only know we need to be aware. The next time they act, it be our own people against us. Not for land or money or even freedom, but for an ideology born from their experiments. One we can comprehend, one that could tear us apart. Our conversation ended there. The weight of his words settled over us like a shroud. But Colonel Harris, ever the Russian, didn't want to part on such a dark note. We spent another hour talking about lighter things. Baseball, television shows, and our families. The mundane details of life felt like a lifeline after the abyss we just peered into. Then he noticed my camera on the table. A Nikon Igu brought along for my amateur photography hobby. His eyes lit up with interest. I mostly photographed landscapes and architecture, capturing the beauty of the world in still frames. Idu brought the camera to Chicago, though it had stayed in my room until now. He asked me to take his picture. The request caught me off guard. I hesitated. People weren't my usual subject, but I agreed, snapping a few shots as we shared another drink. The bourbon loosened the tension. He laughed. The sound was warm and genuine. He said he wanted copies of the photos the next time we met. I wish Aiju stayed in touch, kept that connection alive. Back then, reaching across borders was hard. There was no social media, no easy way to track someone down. His name wasn't common, but it wasn't rare either, like Wilson or Roberts in Russian terms. A name that blended into the crowd sadly. I never saw Colonel Harris again. The weight of that missed connection lingers, a quiet regret amidst the shadows of that long-ago mission. Journey to the Graveyard. In the shadowed annals of my uncle's forgotten journals, a legend whispered of a lost city buried in the heart of America's wild rivers, a graveyard where the dead guarded secrets that could unravel the soul. Driven by an obsession I couldn't shake, I boarded that rickety steamboat in Chicago, chasing echoes of ancient horrors amid the Mississippi's murky depths. The fog's density not only obscured our vision, but also our minds. A wall of mist roared from the dense, lush forest, rolling over the calm waters of the Mississippi and swallowing our small steamboat in a gray, blinding blanket. I stood at the bow, hands in my pockets, tapping my fingers on one of many pencils as I stared into the gray haze. The fog brought a chill, something I found strange in the dry season of such a harsh climate. I did belong in a place like this, and neither did most of my companions. My companions came from Chicago, traveling to the far reaches of the known world to chase a legend, something that might or might not exist. It was a foolish dream, but in a moment of reflection, I realized how naive I had been. If the legend was a lie, the captain of our steamboat, an older man named Captain Harris, said I could see past my own hand. "Traveler, would have to slow the engine," he added. I turned and nodded to him. Two other companions stood beside him, squinting, trying to peer through the fog. I knew one of their names, Jackson. He came from a small town in one of the old territories and somehow worked for the steamboat captain. It didn't seem smart, but the captain seemed fond of him. The other was a local man Captain Harris had met a few miles down the river. He spoke no English, German, French, or any language I knew, and I did care to know him. We pressed on, pushing the steamboat engine through the gray density. I rummaged in my pocket and pulled out one of my pencils, but with it came a small ivory trinket, an odd stick-shaped piece I'd found in my late uncle in study. Tiny carvings of waves, skulls, and strange symbols ran along its sides. I had studied it for a while, realizing how strange and valuable it was. I quickly slipped it back into my pocket. I was chasing a strange dream, a dream of a man I barely knew, but had become utterly fascinated by. I was chasing my uncle a dream of a lost city, a city he called the Graveyard. My uncle was an educated man. He studied law, ancient civilizations, and even taught at prestigious universities, discussing such matters. I followed in his footsteps, though I hardly knew him. That inspired me to study history. History holds many secrets. My uncle passed away one night quite unexpectedly. I entered his home with other relatives, dividing what rightfully belonged to each of us. That tan when I found the strange ivory trinket. That tan when I discovered the secrets his office held. The handwritten books about wonders and ancient cities he had seen in his mindred maps. About treks through forests and strange expeditions hidden in every corner of his office. I found drawings of skulls with serpent tongues, chandeliers of bone, and other necrotic artifacts. Everything he owned, everything he created, pointed to one thing: the graveyard. He didn't explain further, but I guessed it was a city of law, a city he had tracked since the early years of his career. My admiration for the man drove me. It helped me focus on completing his work. For years I searched for such a place, and as I sailed through that thick fog, I never felt closer. "Something yin out there," Jackson muttered as he stared into the gray. I turned to face him. His eyes squinted, and he ran a hand through his fading red hair. "I can't see anything now," the captain said. I looked out over the water, seeing nothing but clouds ahead and the muddy brown water parting at the bow. The water was stirred only by us. Nothing moved from the shore. The piercing silence made my heart beat a little faster. The local man said something no one understood. The captain and I watched the bearded face of the old sailor sink as the words left the local lips. He stepped away from the helm, asking Jackson to take it. I grew more anxious as he walked toward the bow, not 5 feet from me. He leaned on the brass railing, looking down at the muddy water. He shook his head and glanced back at the local, who pointed into the fog. The captain looked out, eyes wide, and stepped back from the railing, almost as if in panic. I looked at the water too, seeing what alarmed the old man. From the edge of the dark gray, a thick black substance seeped into the brown water, consuming it, darkening it, becoming it. It was like black ink poured into a pool. It moved strangely, long tendrils spiraling out in every direction, entwining, tightening around the brown water before our eyes. In seconds, the muddy brown became nothing but a black abyss. "We should turn back," Jackson noted. "No," I said. "We push forward. We close. Nothing lies out there but the grave. Nothing but death itself," Captain Harris told me as he grabbed the helm. The local ran his hands through his hair, pacing near the stern. He prayed in a language I didn't understand, raising his hands as if to accept some form of grace, but nothing happened. He wept and wailed, staring at the black abyss surrounding our ship. I approached the local, trying to talk. Knowing he would understand, he pushed me away and screamed. He cried, desperate, to get out. I could tell he was pleading with Captain Harris, but the captain chose not to listen. His eyes never left the endless gray ahead. Just then, as the local felt unheard, he rushed to the stern and leaped over the side. I reached for him, trying to grab his tattered jacket, maybe his hand, but as soon as he touched the churning black water, he vanished. Not just vanished, but without a sound. No splash, no scream. Nothing filled my ears as he disappeared into the darkness. I watched, waiting for him to emerge from the thick black matter, but he never rose. When I turned to face the captain, I heard the old man say, "Well done. What have you done to us, traveler?" "Nothing," I replied. "I'm searching for a lost city, and this isn't my doing. This is cursed, unnatural," Jackson said softly, stepping away from the captain and moving toward the shipper railing. He leaned down, reaching to dip his hand into the black water. Only when the captain shouted did he pull himself back and sit beside him. The smokestack atop the cabin began spewing thick black smoke. A strange sound roared from deep within our small steamboat. The captain turned, whispered in my ear, then jumped to the helm, swung open the cabin door, and stepped inside. Jackson took the helm while I stood nearby watching. I kept my hand in my pocket, rubbing a small pencil I carried. As I rummaged further, I realized the small ivory trinket was no longer there. I searched my body but couldn't find it. The cabin door opened, and the captain returned. "We're in bad shape, but we can fix it," he said. Jackson shouted, pointing toward the horizon. The captain and I moved to the bow, watching as the fog began to lift, torn apart like a blanket. The sun had long set, leaving only the darkness of night and the twinkling light of distant stars. There it is, the hellish grave, I thought. As if the fog parted for us, I could see it in the distance, a rocky shore of obsidian and iron greeting us not far from our position. There stood a structure I had never seen before, one that gave my entire life more meaning. A vast black pyramid of obsidian loomed on the rocky shore, glowing faintly in the crescent moon in pale light. The structure, blackened like the void of the heavens, swallowed the light of distant stars. I could see a single brick in its foundation. It seemed carved from a single block of shimmering black glass, an impossible feat. "What is that?" the captain wondered aloud. Jackson asked me. "Should we turn back, sir?" "Keep going," I told him. "Captain, I will." I could see disgust and anger in his face. He muttered something I could understand, and I nodded, saying, "That's it. I think that is what I'm searching for." "What are you searching for?" the captain asked. I stared at him, struggling to find the courage to explain, not for the first time, that we were chasing a legend, a myth of a city that might not even exist. The Black Pyramid, towering in a style seen only in distant deserts, held my attention. I could take my eyes off such a structure. It grew larger as we approached. "Should I turn her around, sir?" Jackson asked again. I told the captain, my eyes never leaving the stunning black structure, "I paid you handsomely to get me to my destination. We press on." "You regret this, traveler," he said. "Many I've met who sought the unknown never returned." "Staring at that structure, Captain," I said, still gazing at the growing black pyramid, "we've already in the unknown." Captain Harris stepped away from me toward the cabin. He looked at Jackson at the helm and said, "Keep going." I quickly pulled a pencil from my pocket along with a small sketchbook I carried. I began drawing the pyramid as I saw it. I stared in awe at such a structure. I sketched as fast as I could, trying to capture everything as it came to me. The boat slowed as we neared, the fog dissipating entirely. The further we went, the black water surrounded our small steamboat. A smell filled the air, something I had never smelled before. It flooded my nostrils with a sour, acrid stench. I coughed violently, stuffing the sketch back into my wolfskin coat. "That and death. Never smelled it before, traveler?" the captain asked as he returned to the helm. I did not answer right away. The steamboat anchored near the rocky shore of the island. The pyramid loomed above us, powerful and commanding, as if it were a living spirit. I told the captain I wanted to explore the island, but he wanted no part of it. He told me to stay put while he fixed whatever was wrong with the engine. I told him I would go anyway. He said he'd to leave me unless I offered triple the pay. Then he allowed Jackson to accompany me to keep me safe. Jackson didn't like the idea and begged me not to go. I told him he would regret seeing something no other man had witnessed. It would open his eyes, be the greatest thing he'd ever seen. He didn't care. He begged to stay on the boat. I refused to let him. I didn't want to risk going alone. Jackson and I waited for the tide to lower. Finding our way onto a small sandy beach, the sand looked volcanic, a thick black substance not quite like normal sand. I grabbed a handful and pocketed it. In the distance, I could see a dense, lush forest, like the ones we'd seen before. Despite the black water and thick fog above, the black pyramid loomed, beckoning my soul to step forward and gaze. I stood on the shore for a while, looking up at the black structure as the stars above faded, leaving only the crescent moon glowing brightly. Jackson found it strange, but I didn't care. I pressed forward, swallowed by the forest of darkness. The journey through the forest felt longer than it was. I suppressed my excitement, believing my anxiety slowed time, but Jackson thought it was something supernatural. He noted the endless darkness surrounding us, that no living creature dwelled in such a place, that we were the only living things. I didn't care for his words. We moved forward when we reached the Black Pyramid. Ancient spears and withered torches stood upright in the ground near a square entrance. I stared inside while Jackson examined the old sticks. I reached for the darkness, the world of business, and corridors stretching long. I felt no air, heard no sound. All that existed were the temple and shadows. Jackson took 2 old torches, tore a sleeve from one of his many shirts, and wrapped the fabric around the torch heads. He lit them with a small lighter, handed me one, and held his toward the entrance, while his torture light glowed with a vibrant orange aura. It didn't penetrate the darkness stretching before us. It was as if the shadows themselves were a light, piercing a few meters. Jackson didn't look at me when he said, "You can go in there." My uncle studied it. I told him. I have to. Your uncle is dead. Why chase a dead man in dream? He asked at first. I didn't know the answer. From the corner of my eye, I saw him slowly turn to face me. I didn't look at him. I was captivated by the swirling darkness before me. The flames from our torches tried their best to push into the darkness, but it ruined their light, devoured it, destroyed it, leaving nothing but the abyss. I said softly, I admire that man, and we share the same dream. Studying books and reading about ancient civilizations does nothing for the human soul but discovering something. What it worth? Jackson asked. He thrust his torch toward the darkness. It can be worth what you daring to do. Many great men have died for their discoveries, and many live forever in history. Almost a plan to make history, my dear barber. With that, I adjusted my coat, held my torch before me, and stepped into the rising darkness. As we marched down the long, dark corridor, I checked everything we passed. There was much. The black walls, unlike the exterior, weren't made of the same glassy stone. They were old stones made from decaying sand on the lost island. I ran my hand over them, watching the black stones crumble with a light touch. The building in interior decayed rapidly from what I could see, but the exterior looked perfect, strong, as if it were mightier than time itself. The torchlight faded, the old breeze growing faint as if suffocating. The deeper we went, the vibrant light soon became mere matchstick embers. But that wasn't the issue with the wall of darkness ahead. It peeled away as we stepped into its long, flowing cloak. It became a game for us. I didn't care how far we gone, but how the darkness vanished. I watched Jackson run his hand along the corridor, oared walls as we walked. Bits of dust and sand flew from the foundation, stones falling to the dusty stone floor. I grew confused. Don't touch anything, I said. Sorry, Jackson replied. I'm nervous. No need to be. I feel we getting closer. At that moment, Jackson stopped, and so did I, wondering what he meant. Everything was silent except for the scrape of Jackson in boots on the dusty stone floor. With each panicked turn, he started, Doc, you hear it? I listened, taking in everything, but there was nothing to hear except a faint hum of silence. I shook my head. Nothing, I said. You swear you don't hear it? Jackson said, waving his torch back and forth. Shadows and lights rolled across his face, as if dancing like old friends spinning across a pale ballroom. His eyes widened with worry and panic. The torch of flame was trapped more than his pupils as he stared at me. I don't hear anything, I said firmly. He whispered, You don't hear the voices, only our voices. Listen, he shouted, startling me. Listen carefully. I did. I heard nothing until now. Jackson, it ain't just your nerves, I said. I grabbed the young man in forearm, pulled him a few steps, then let go. He followed me deeper into the tunnel, his anxious murmurs echoing toward the entrance. We walked what felt like miles before reaching the end of the gray corridor. It opened into a vast chamber I had never read about in any historical text. Its walls were tall, massive, stretching upward as if leading to the pyramidal peak. The same withered stones made up most of the walls, but long streaks of obsidian circled the room, breaking the stone patterns and creating a strange swirling design from the ceiling. I assumed the obsidian stretched from the ceiling, but I couldn't see it. The darkness blocked our vision, no longer standing before us but hanging above, blackening the room in height. I dared not look up, but Jackson did. He couldn't take his eyes off it until I drew his attention to shelves lining the walls of the great chamber. On the empty shelves stood coffins, ceremonial jars, and strange artifacts from a long-dead civilization. They were unlike anything I had seen before. The motifs weren't of birds, jaguars, or creatures from the surrounding forests, but carvings of skulls, bones, and entrails etched into the ornaments. This place is evil, Jackson said. I told him to be quiet, waving my torch at him. Therein, no such thing. We lingered in its darkness. Jackson, don't be ridiculous. Laid steps led down to the chamber-layered floor. We stood on the upper tier along the spiraling walls, with many entrances leading to other black corridors. I moved toward the lower steps into the chamber. My footsteps echoed upward, making the abyss above seem to shift with the repeated sound. I waved my torch around, trying to catch a glimpse of what lay below. At first I saw nothing, just an open floor of withered stones and strange obsidian streaks. But as I looked closer, I saw carvings in the stone. I knelt to study them, bringing my face close to see what they depicted. I recognized an ancient language I could understand. At first I thought it was Latin, but I was wrong. My torch illuminated images of 3 skeletal men lingering near a boat, with a strange tower looming in the distance, wrapped by a serpent-like creature. Jackson's voice caught my attention as I looked up. He stood 20, maybe 30 feet away at the other end of the chamber lower section, waving his torch. "This isn't evil," he said. "I don't know what to write, but you hear the voices. They don't speak to me in this room, as if we were meant to find it, or we ignored their warnings not to disturb it." "They warned you?" I asked. He didn't answer, instead staring at whatever his torch illuminated. The dead majesty of this place stopped my heart before he spoke. He pointed to a large table where hundreds of skulls were neatly stacked into a pyramid of their own. Piles of bones were thrown together, some still wearing ancient attire. I recognized many cultures, many styles, and how they ended up in such a place was beyond me. But I also wondered how I found myself in such a room. "Evil partner," Jackson whispered. I didn't hear him. I pushed him aside, standing before the table as if it were a precious relic. I stared at the pile of skulls, examining each without touching. Then I noticed one at the top that didn't look human. Its crown was flat, its teeth black, rotten or decayed from within. From its mouth, a spiral of obsidian coiled, bending as if not brittle, wrapping around the skull toward the right eye socket. It looked like the serpent I had seen before, an image from my uncle's study. It had to be significant. The old man would have noticed it otherwise. In that moment of reflection, I recalled a strange breeze, as if a faint whisper came from the skull itself. My eyes understood better, but could resist reaching out and picking up the obsidian skull from the pyramid and top. Jackson repeated my words, "Don't touch anything." I held the skull, examining it closely. The light from our torches danced on the obsidian serpent, breathing life into the object. I stared at its black gem, the monks lost in its deadly beauty. Then our torches went out. I hurriedly looked for Jackson, but he was no longer beside me. I could see him or the room at all. I could only glimpse it faintly. I called out, "Jackson," no answer. "Jackson, you fool, how dare you leave me alone?" "You're not alone," a voice echoed from the darkness, carrying a silent breeze from the black abyss above. "Who there?" I asked, stepping back and bumping into the table piled with skulls. "There are many of us here. We are the Watchers, Traveler." Tears welled up as I shouted into the darkness above. The abyss began to move, swirling, enveloping the room. I fell to the floor, my heart heavy, my breath stolen. The darkness peeled higher into the room. A massive chandelier appeared, adorned with bones of every kind. The whispers echoed again, flowing from the darkness, like an invisible stream trying to drown me. I fumbled with the obsidian skull, trying to place it back on the altar. I wanted to apologize, to tell the Watchers I didn't know what I was doing, but they knew. They always knew. They knew I was a liar. The whispers spoke in a language I could understand, powerful, dark, and heartbreaking. It boiled the blood in my veins. In that moment, I thought I would die. I saw light spreading from the darkness above. Stars, I thought, but they moved with living motions, as if they were living eyes. There were so many, all staring at me, as their masters swirled in the lost darkness, an endless tide. The light came from their pupils, not irises, glowing with those creatures. the empty faces of the dead staring down at me, emotionless. I felt their cold hands reaching for me, as if pulling me to join them. I wanted to fight, to say no, even as I stared into the darkness and the eyes of the lost. I felt a call, a desire to be among them, lost in the waves of time. "It did not," I snapped, out of the trance. Returning the skull to the pyramid, in my haste I knocked over the tower of skulls, sending them crashing to the ground, but no sound came. The darkness swallowed that too. It began to pour over me, enveloping my pale, cold body. Slowly I felt pain in my flesh and organs. I felt consumed. Then a thick cloud covered my mind, darkening my vision. The last thing I saw was the obsidian skull, its serpent moving, the stars expanding, sinking to the earthy surface as if torn from the heavens. My eyes adjusted, and a wave of relief flooded me. I was somewhere else. A faint hum filled my ears, followed by splashing water. I looked around in the darkness, my eyes adjusting, and soon realized I was sitting on the steamboat. Captain Harris was at the helm. I stood, leaning over the stern-end railing. I could see the pyramid in the distance, faintly on the horizon. Thick clouds of fog surrounded the ship, obscuring my view. I could take my eyes off the obsidian shape on the black horizon. It loomed as if calling me back. I reached out as if to grasp it, to beg it to take me back. I had more to see. Though I had faced danger before, it vanished from my mind like a cured disease. As the ship rolled through the fog, it hid the pyramid from view, swallowing it. I finally left the stern and sat on the steamboat deck. Exhaustion overtook my body. The black water slapped the sides of our small ship, rocking it, worsening my growing headache. I held my head, seeking comfort. I heard the captain voice over my shoulder. "You should rest, traveler." "How did I get here?" I asked, head still buried in my hands. The captain stayed at the helm, ignoring my question. A pipe dangled from his mouth. If not for the deep puffs and the faint glow from the embers, I would have seen the sheer horror on his face. The unlit lantern highlighted the only emotion left in the man in fear. I stood and approached the helm, asking again, "How did you find me?" He did not turn. I went looking. "I found you," he said bluntly, eyes fixed on the dark water ahead. "And Jackson?" I asked. The captain broke his long stare, glancing at me for a split second before returning to the water. He shook his head slightly, lips pursed, wanting to speak. All that came from his mouth was a puff of smoke. "It was in the pyramid, wasn't it that where you found me?" I asked. The captain nodded. "Get some rest, traveler. But how am I alive? You sat atop it, changed your mind, lost and silent. Your eyes were black as the night sky. Your words made no sense. I brought you back, that and all," the captain said. I nodded, leaving the helm and returning to my spot at the stern. Slowly, the black water lightened, the darkness peeling away like venom drawn from a wound. Soon the dark tendrils vanished, and the muddy brown water returned. My mind felt lighter, my heart too. I felt a disconnect from my soul making me reel. I became a tree without roots, stumbling back to the steamboat deck. The captain said, "Rest." We docked at a small fishing village miles down the river. The captain apologized, begging me to stay with the ship. I didn't dare be alone. I watched him disappear to gather supplies for our return journey. Then I left the steamboat. My legs felt unsteady on land. Sea legs, I believe they call it. I staggered, trying to balance. Once steady, I wandered among the locals, seeking anyone who spoke English. I knew I looked mad. A blanket over my shoulders, my eyes as wild as my mind. I grabbed arms, pleading with anyone who would listen for answers. I found only one who understood me, an elderly woman from the small village. She saw me as a broken man. She spoke my language well, and I thank God for that. I did feel alone in such a dark moment. "What is it, traveler?" she asked. "Why so grim?" "I have seen it," I told her. "I have seen the Black Pyramid." She grabbed my forearm, lowering me to a chair near a small hut. "The Black Pyramid, upriver. You know it? You've seen it?" "Yes," I said. "I done know what you're talking about," she replied, standing over me. "You have been up the river?" I asked it. "There, it on ancient. You know this." "I don't know this," she said. I rummaged in my coat, pulling out the sketch I drew as we approached. I unfolded the parchment, placing it on the small wooden table before me. I drew it exactly as I saw it, tall, proud, majestic. When she saw it, the old woman shook her head, confused. "That does not exist here," she said. "It exists," I shouted, standing and knocking the chair back into the dirt. "I saw it. It John true." "You saw this?" she asked again, tapping my sketch. I leaned toward her. "I did," and I ventured forward. "I saw the bones of thousands of men, skulls of many ancient civilizations." "Then that you understand? It to here, it up the river. Done that you see?" The old woman stared, confused, her lips trembling as if hesitant to share what she knew. "The river keeps flowing," she said. "It does not end so soon. There no island like you drew, no pyramid. I left soon after, defeated. I waited on the steamboat for the captain in return. I couldn't wait to get home. I realized I was foolish to make such a mistake. Jackson had vanished somewhere on the island, and if he was dead, I truly grieved for him. He abandoned me, and I knew it, but I never wanted to be left in such a place. The image of the pyramid danced in my mind. The skulls filled my heart with fear. The rising darkness blackened my vision, and I could forget what I had seen. I had never heard of such a place. I never imagined it could exist. My uncle named it rightly, the graveyard. I heard a whisper carried by the fishing village, chatter, "It is not what you think." I stood wondering where the voice came from. The people I could see near the docks were busy with their own affairs. No one cared who I was or what I was doing. They lived their lives like anyone going through their early morning routine. Before sunrise, I stepped off the shipper edge, returning to my belongings. I needed a drink, a good one. I rummaged in my backpack, pulled out a flask, and took a large swig of bourbon to chase away the fear. Then I heard the whisper again. Alive now, a shadow yet unseen, the graveyard. I screwed the flasked cap tight after another swig. I rubbed its leather casing and began stowing it back in my bag. That then when I saw the obsidian skull. I did not dare touch it, but it was there, tucked neatly in my backpack. I didn't remember taking it, but I remembered nothing after my vision darkened. I stepped back from it. The skull called to me, begged me to take it. I did dare. A greed rose in me, and I knew exactly how to handle such an object. I turned my back on it, ignoring it for the moment. Just then, I saw the captain return, carrying supplies and a sack over his shoulder. He looked up at the clouds as the sun began to rise over the forest horizon. Streaks of dark purple tried to overpower the darkness, followed by a hellish orange. Soon, nothing of the night remained but the early morning light washing over us, cleansing our souls of the horrors we had witnessed. I knew better, though. I knew the night would return as it always did. When I got home, I stored the obsidian skull in a safe. I did dare keep it in my small apartment. The urge to touch it was too great. The need to see the thrilling visions it offered was too tempting, calling to me throughout the journey home without a word. The captain didn't care to hear my stories about the pyramid and interior. He did even say goodbye when he left me at the final port on the river. He just stared at me, smoking his pipe, his eyes lost in thoughts I could only imagine. That was the last I saw of him. I tried my best to get interviews with every curator in Chicago. For weeks, only one responded. His reply was so elegantly written that I felt the man who wrote it would surely listen to my story. He had to understand, for there were still poets in the world. Before our meeting, I retrieved the skull from my safe. I wrapped it in 3 layers of cloth to avoid touching it, even accidentally. At home, my mind healed, and I felt sane again. But when I took the skull, I felt haunted again, a horror in my heart and mind. I placed the skull in a bag, locking it with a small padlock. I didn't want it speaking to me, and I wanted to make trouble for myself if tempted to touch it. I took a carriage to the museum, not far from the city and edge. I loved the landscape around this area. As a child, I often ventured into the wilderness with friends. We loved the forest and its life. But looking at the forest now, all I could see was decay. The once lush, vibrant forest looked dead, withered, gone. I paid it no mind. The museum itself wasn't the grandest I had seen. In fact, it was more forgettable than any I had visited. Many artifacts were displayed, mostly images of artifacts or ancient cities, which I found odd. Then I felt angry. This wasn't a real museum. It wasn't a place worthy of such impact. I had found a lost city, and the only curator willing to speak with me belonged to a strange museum. I had to settle because it was my only chance to rid myself of the skull and weight. The curatory appearance was forgettable. He stood no taller than 5 feet 5 inches, with a thin pencil-like mustache on his lip. His hair gleamed under the dim overhead lights, oiled and slicked back with a dark brown hue. His clothes were cheap, but designed to look expensive. I walked beside him as we moved through the small museum, gazing at each pocket as if I needed to be impressed. I told my story to the curator, Mr. Shields. His gaunt face remained expressionless as I described my adventure in detail. I explained the piles of skulls, the black stone walls, and the pyramid and exterior. I described some carvings I found on the floor. Shields listened, but seemed wholly unimpressed. I must have sounded desperate when I pulled out the sketch I drew at the ship's bow, waving it in his face, telling him it existed. "You're a great artist," Shields said, "but not a historian." "I speak the truth, friend," I declared. "This place exists, and I saw it. What about that small trinket you mentioned? The one from your uncle? What happened to it?" "Well, I fear I lost it. No historian loses a piece so valuable if it is real. I think you have a good story. Best send it for publication in a fiction series," Shields said. Clasping his hands behind his back, he led me around a mock chariot designed to look Roman, set against a painted backdrop of mountains with elephants on the horizon. "It din true," I said, slapping the sketch against his chest. He stopped, his eyes dancing over mine, studying me. "I'm sorry," Shields said quickly, "but I hate to tell you the Mississippi does not just stop as you describe. It does knocks open into some black ocean. No human could build a pyramid from nowhere. You described a city where? That damn ridiculous. Not to mention, the cultures in that part of the world never built pyramids like Egypt, Gene. Their religious temples were entirely different. That tan my point I tried to tell you. Something strange happened. Something led me to that place. The graveyard, as you call it. I have reason to believe it dens something else entirely. The souls of the dead would tell you otherwise," Shields mocked. I stopped walking with the man and quickly opened my satchel. I pulled out the skull, still wrapped in layers of cloth. I held it out. Shields stared, confused, thinking I was right to offer him my clothes. "What this?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded, urging him to take it. "Don't they touch it," I warned. "That dan what I spoke of, the obsidian skull." I nodded quickly. He grabbed my bundle of cloth with both hands, his arm struggling as if he had expected its weight. He lifted the layers with his right hand, holding the skull in the cloth with his left. When he saw it, His eyes widened as if some truth had found its way into his thick skull. He rubbed his mustache with his right index finger, muttering to himself as he stared at it. "Obsidian?" he asked, not taking his eyes off the skull. I replied, "Strange, is Nokit?" "Indeed it is," he said. "Do you believe me now?" The curator could take his eyes off such an object, he kept muttering, as if the skull had put him in a trance. I had been there too, but having parted with it, I wanted nothing to do with it. It had to go. It belonged in a museum. "I be the better man, Shields," I said. "I will need to keep this skull for a few days," the curator replied. I stepped closer, lifting the cloth and placing it back over the skull shields. Face soured, as if I had interrupted a profound conversation. His indignant eyes scanned me, but quickly calmed. "Is that all right with you?" he asked. "Where will you keep it?" I asked. The curator in eyes showed confusion. I explained. "Don't. Leave it alone with you," he chuckled, his voice lowering. "Your boy sounds quite strange. Is there any mysticism left in this world? If what I told you about the skull is true, you would believe it, but being alone with that skull will make you understand. Trust me, friend, you done not want to believe. I saw the Black Pyramid. I climbed it. I disturbed its artifacts, and I left more lost than ever. I'm telling you, I found something. Heed my warning," he scoffed. "I'd keep it here in the museum. We have a nice safe in the back. I just want to ensure this is real. I will have Dr. Gibson come this week to verify everything. Here is legitimate, though your story may not be," I agreed, annoyed with the man, but he was the only one who would talk to me about this. He mocked me. Fine. He did believe me. That hurt my pride, but he would see I spoke the truth, and that would be sweeter than any prize. No one but a lost man on a foreign captained boat would know the truth, even if possessed by the skull and shell. I felt as if it was still somewhere in my small apartment. I could tear the voices. I gave small thanks for that, but I still felt the swirling darkness lingering above me. I felt the bright eyes of the dead watching, staring, questioning me. Their voices, like the deaf, lay awake, staring into my apartment darkness, knowing I was alone, but feeling something beyond my reality veiled. Every time I closed my eyes to sleep, I could see it, the pyramid, vivid in my mind, a living painting crafted from the subtlest strokes of realism. I felt the cold night winds, the black stars on the water. I often sat up in a cold sweat, trying to shake such a thing. All I wanted was to be rid of it, the horrific memories. I felt at ease before entering that great chamber. I stared at the temple in awe of such a wonder. Lying in bed, I only wished for the peace I felt, burdened by my mistakes. Only then did I feel fear of such a place. I felt a strange urge, as if shown something I needed to share. I crawled out of bed, dressed, and lit a small candle. I placed it on my desk near the materials I collected from my late uncle. I began working, drawing everything again. My hand felt possessed. As if guided by whispers I could hear, it moved frantically, covering most of the page with what looked like random lines and strokes. I did this repeatedly, tossing finished pages to the floor, starting the next. They seemed meaningless to me and would to anyone who saw them. My mind felt clouded by the same gray that blinded us on the steamboat. I kept drawing, all the images flooding my mind. Hours passed before I realized the severity of my condition. I stood from my desk, looking at the drawings I had scattered on the floor in my trance. Some, somehow, were arranged in a way I couldn't imagine, as if the invisible dead and their whispers spread before me, covering my office floor. Each piece lay side by side like a dark, simple puzzle. I ran my hand through my hair, anxious about what I stared at. It was the path to the temple, the black water, the black sky, and the black pyramid in all its glory above. The swirling abyss in the sky, images of gaunt, uniformed souls dancing and gathering in the abyss. their haunting golden eyes the only color in the images. I didn't own a yellow pencil to add such detail. Not the sharp stone shore. I could see my boat, two figures with two ghastly shapes hovering above, ascending toward the spiraling abyss. I muttered, "Jackson, the local." I traced my fingers over the image, following some of my frenzied lines created in a soulless trance. I initially thought that was all in the drawings until my finger traced my black horizon. Then I saw it in the distance. Somehow, I had drawn something I had seen before, a great tower surrounded by smaller ones, drawn so small they were barely noticeable, protruding inches from the horizon. I knelt over my drawings, crumpling some parchment under my weight. I closed my eyes, trying to see the small image I had drawn clearly. The details were perfect. I could see so much as if it were inhuman. The details of such small objects were so clear. On closer inspection, the tower, something I had seen, was lined up as if part of a larger city. I could see beneath them tiny images of what seemed like rooftops of some city. A city just beyond the horizon, with towers made of skulls and bones, ivory and obsidian. As the image became clear, as I felt I had seen something like it on the horizon, it faded from my sketch, blurred as if by a finger smudging the pencil. I screamed, no, it was too late. As if erased by an invisible force, the image of the towers vanished before my eyes. The lines that defined them faded into the dark horizon I had drawn, becoming nothing more than a distant illusion. I stood, stepping back from the image toward my office door. I wanted to get away, feeling mad. I reached for the candle, ready to return to bed, hoping to purge the deadly poison filling my mind. As I grasped the room in only light, the pyramid and image faded from the parchment. Everything I had drawn, so detailed and hauntingly beautiful, became nothing but a mess of scribbled lines and strokes. I set the candle down, anxious about what I had witnessed. In that lonely, lost, haunted moment, the flame went out. "Shields," said he, "to keep the skull for a day or two." A week passed, and I heard nothing from him. I often wandered his museum, begging other staff for information about the skull or the curator. I always got the same answer. They had seen him, or he hadn't come to work since our interview. After a week, I convinced a young, ambitious employee to give me Shields information for a few dollars. I felt the man had deceived me, and I wanted to confront him. I hoped he had fled town with the skull, but deep in my bones I felt that unlikely. I sensed something sinister about Shields. He lived in a posh suburb outside town. His house was a stunning white wooden structure, gleaming in the sunlight. Golden rays reflected from the second-story windows onto the lush garden along the entrance. His red brick walkway led me to his wine-colored door. I knocked a few times, trying to get the attention of the man living in such a fine home. No one answered. I knocked again, harder, angrier, shouting something in frustration about him deceiving me. Still no response. I stepped off his porch, hands in my pockets, realizing I had been tricked. He ran off with my prize, perhaps to another museum with more connections than me. Then I heard the lock on his front door click. The deep wine-colored door creaked open slowly, a few centimeters at a time, revealing a dark entrance I could see into. I stared into the darkness. I heard nothing, saw nothing, yet I felt it calling me. Against my better judgment, I entered Shields' house. It lay in endless darkness. Not a single ray of light pierced its many windows. On closer inspection, I saw he had boarded up every window. He wanted to be in the darkness, to become part of it. I checked the downstairs living areas, but there was nothing to see. Everything looked normal, like the den of someone who had gone to bed. But there was a smell, one I had smelled before. As it swirled around my nostrils, I recognized it, the smell of death and decay. I tripped over something in his kitchen, nearly falling forward onto his tiles, which could have killed me. I knelt, realizing it was a small red candle. I held it to inspect it. It was cracked in the middle from my weight, other parts looking dented and old. I quickly lit it for some light and searched for a candle holder. I soon realized I had plenty of options on his kitchen table. Every candle holder in his house was set down, all empty, thrown into a pile. I grabbed a fake silver holder, placed my burning candle in it. I felt something was wrong. I knew better than to think Shields had fled town. He didn't have the stomach for it. The smell of death drew me toward the staircase. I stood at its base, looking up to the second floor, calling for Shields. He'd be up there, but no response came. I stared into the spiraling abyss above. It felt natural in a way, just a wall of darkness obscuring my view. I could only see faintly through it, realizing a hallway lay at the top of the stairs. I began climbing, still calling for Shields, knowing better than to do so. He'd just tell me what happened. I called again, no response. At the top, I held the candle out from my chest, illuminating the black hallway before me. The candle dimmed as if suffocating. I pulled it back near my ribs where it flared again, lighting only myself and casting my haunting shadow on the wall behind. I could see, faintly, at the hallway way end, an open door. Something moved in the room, pacing back and forth, making no sound. I called to the silhouette Shields. "What the hell is going on?" No response. I moved quickly through the dark hallway, trying to escape the rising darkness around me. I felt it had a life of its own trying to drown me, swallow not just my body, but my mind. I reached the hallway end faster than expected, standing before the master bedroom door. It was ajar, and I could see inside. I saw a figure in movement, gaunt and haggard, moving in the darkness, as if part of it, swimming, dancing in it, as if it were home. I asked, "Shields?" I stepped into the room, the candle held tight against my chest. As the light entered, the darkness peeled away, revealing nothing. No figure lurked in the shadows as my mind perceived. I thought it a trick, and threw the candle forward, shouting, "Shields, where are you? I saw you here. Reveal yourself." The candle blazed fiercely, illuminating the master bedroom in vibrant red and orange. The bed was propped against the wall, as if to make space on the floor. Rugs covered the windows, blocking all light. The hardwood floor was etched with nonsensical words I could understand. Symbols were painted on the walls in a dark substance I hoped wasn't blood or excrement. The smell of rot rose, seeping from the house, a dark heart at my feet. Rows of candles in every color, their wax spilling onto the floor, mixing into a horrific gray-black blend. They were low, as if burned for hours. Before them, I saw an upturned bookshelf, its hardcovers removed, pages strewn across the floor. On the shelves, crumpled paper formed a strange pyramid atop it. The obsidian skull stared at me. It must have been a trick of the light, for I saw its empty sockets glow with fiery orange pupils for half a second. I stared at it in horror. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want anything to do with it. I had been away from it for days, nearly weeks, and wished Shields had been more responsible. I didn't dare look at it. I turned away, horrified by the black shadow emanating from the ivory. I felt a strange presence enter the house, as if it drifted from the downstairs entrance, carrying itself up the stairs to the second floor, rushing down the hallway to the master bedroom. It froze the air around me. The stench of death became unbearable, making me retch. The air thickened, my head spun, and I heard a voice tell me to take it. I quickly removed my coat, pulled it over my head, and grabbed the skull, wrapping it thickly and stuffing it into my wolfskin coat right pocket. I buttoned it, feeling the icy cold pierce my bare chest. Once I had the skull, I fled the room. The candle dimmed, and I ran down the hallway. Then I noticed the walls Shields had painted along the hallway, images of what I had seen, images I only drew the night before. I stood before the murals, holding the candle close to see what Shields had captured. He had painted the island, an endless black ocean. He had painted 2 men on the shore and 2 men hovering above them. He had painted the obsidian pyramid, the black stars, and the crescent moonlight above it. Along with the spiraling abyss I had drawn on Shields' wall. In the distance I saw a familiar image, something I had seen in my dreams. The ivory skull tower just above the horizon. Beyond the temple where I had drawn it, I could see the city below and smaller towers. I stared, wondering what it could be, admiring the stunning detail Shields brought to the image. I held the candle above the city, in image on the horizon. It began to fade, as it had when I drew it. The black paint Shields used ran down the wall toward the hardwood floor, but the rest of the image remained. Only the tower and surrounding structures faded from my view. The black window frame ran along the floor, darkening the white wood, casting a harsh shadow over it. I stepped back, realizing the house or darkness, and fearing what Shields had done. Then I looked back at the master bedroom. I could see the silhouette, no longer hidden, staring at me with hellfire eyes. Its long-gone body didn't move. As our eyes met, the candle went out, and I stood alone in the darkness. I panicked and ran, stumbling down the stairs, scraping my knees and hurting my wrist in the process. I flung open the door, blinded by the sunlight outside, as I bolted from Shields' house. As I kept running, I heard the voice follow. "Take it." I returned to my apartment with the skull still in my pocket. The thought of putting it in a safe never crossed my mind. Instead, I felt a power in my heart to bring it home, to see what would happen. I was not sure what Shields had hidden, but I felt he had seen what I had seen. It wasn't just the story I told him. He had witnessed exactly what happened. I felt it in my bones. The skull must have shown him something, made him witness what I had seen. It had meaning. It had to belong to me. I began to think he saw the tower in his mind, too, glimpsed the detail he painted, that grand tower far larger than mine. I wondered what it was, but I felt it in my bones. The ivory-clad meat told me what I already knew. The black pyramid wasn't the graveyard. No, whatever loomed on the horizon, whatever lay at the other end of the black ocean, that was the graveyard. I felt it. I knew it. It had to be true. The question of what it really was lingered in my mind. The poison corrupting my soul remained, but the answers weren't far off. They lingered in the obsidian skull I possessed once more. I knew it was foolish. I knew it was wrong. But the hunger for knowledge, for greatness, drew me closer than ever to returning to the black void. I sat awake for hours. The skull rested on a waist-high bookshelf, behind it a window overlooking the city. I could sleep, sprawled on my banker-style chair, sipping cool water. I had become feverish, sweating since the skull entered my home. I could take my eyes off it. Its empty sockets twisted my heart, bending my arteries into gnarled branches. I felt trapped in its gaze, in what lay beyond sight and sound. It called, begged me to touch it. I didn't dare. I wore thick gloves, certain they could stop my desire, or so I hoped. As night fell, darkness crept into my apartment, blackening it. The shadows grew large, exaggerated. The only light left was a 7-piece candelabra, all candles lit, their vibrant orange smoke filling the room in center. But with the growing darkness, I felt its power. I looked away from my glass for a second, and it shattered in my hand. The remaining water froze at the bottom, and I dropped it, panicked by what was happening. That dream when I saw the serpent from the skull or gaping mouth begin to move slightly. Not a large coil or quick motion, just a subtle sway, as if a trick of the dim light from the flames. I knew better. I stood from my chair, heart pounding. I saw a low fog begin to pour from the scullered eye sockets, a gray I did dare see, seeping to my apartment floor. Spreading quickly, it snuffed out my candles with invisible fingers, extinguishing all but one flame. The city horizon darkened, no lights visible from any building. I felt so alone in such a vast expanse. The window dimmed and faded, as if it no longer separated me from the outside world. In the eternal abyss beyond, I saw a silhouette approaching. Tall, decaying, its eyes glowing with a single flamer light. As I walked on air carried by the darkness enveloping the city, it placed its long, thin hand on the scullery crown. Its mouth moved, but no sound came. Instead, a hollow, raspy chant carried from the scullery gaping mouth. "You quickly ignored your own words," I stammered, falling back into my chair. "You warned me not to touch anything, but you did." I felt my heart stop. Jackson, the silhouette unrecognizable in the black abyss, stared with empty eyes. He didn't speak. The candelier light reflected off his bald, smooth head. Nothing left of the Jackson I remembered. He was different. "That Tian you, isn't? Noted? Why did you take it? If it you, I want you to tell me," I shouted, standing from my chair. In that moment I felt no fear, but that changed quickly as other silhouettes emerged from the darkness. They stood in my apartment meanered corner, lingering outside the open window, floating and swirling in the endless darkness. Jackson spoke again. "This is what happened to me. I felt pain. Pain beyond the human world. Pain for you, traveler." I wanted to apologize to Jackson. I did so, staring at his empty face, his featureless uniform, the hairless face of the dead. I could recognize him. I could understand. I only asked, "What happened to you beyond that? What does it mean, Jackson? What happened to you? Are you calm? Did you die in that temple? Your curse is that poor old man?" I grew angry at the lack of answers. I heard a thud from behind me, a bump in the darkness. I turned quickly, seeing the shadow of another dead figure in uniform pass by, moving toward the open window, gliding out, walking on the darkness covering the horizon. The new speaker, in a desolate, hollow voice, said, "I saw what you spoke of, traveler. I saw the story. You told it. It real. The Black Pyramid is real. But it didn't. Not here. The key unlocks. But it not here." "Shields," I shouted, furious. "Tell me what you mean. I see it now, traveler. I see it in my eyes, burning behind my eyelids until eternity. I was there. I lived there. I died there. It had out there. Just beyond. Just beyond." My question lies in the graveyard. The uniform shell spoke. The endless dark ocean beyond my window peeled away, revealing the Black Pyramid where the city once stood. My apartment, dear friends, sat atop the obsidian temple. Empty black stars and a crescent moon illuminated the pyramided far side. Beyond, across the black ocean, I could see it with my own eyes, what I had sought since my long journey began. I saw towering ivory spires, grand towers and buildings so far out of reach. Their presence was enough to stop my heart. Slowly, the Black Pyramid sank into the black water, consumed by the endless ocean guarding it. As it did, the tallest tower, the grandest among them, emerged in the distance, its foundation clear. Millions of skulls stacked together, bound by thick black mortar. The tower rose higher than my open window, silent, with a deafening thud. All I could hear was my heart rapid beat. The dead watchers didn't flinch, didn't move, just stared as I gazed at my shattered dream face, a dream not worth my suffering. I had discovered something lost, sure, but horrific and utterly terrifying. The dead peeled away from my window, swimming and dancing in the swirling darkness toward the tower. They quickly became faceless figures with hollow eyes, staring at me as they climbed the towering spire before me. The silence broke, And as I thought it better, I heard the screams of millions carried through my ears. They were lost, trapped in the spiraling abyss, leading to such a haunting sight. One of the dead called out amid the screams, "Do you see now, traveler? Do you see our dream, our vision? Do you see what you sought, such fame, such fortune?" I fell to my knees as my apartment seemed to climb the endless tower atop a great pointed spire. A single candle flickered as a greeting. I stood outside the tower, seeing a forest rather than a barren plain, all cloaked in darkness. Above, something lurked in the sky. Darkness, great tendrils belonging to a larger entity, coiling and devouring the black stars in the heavens. Now I could see clearly, but something hid above, something out there beyond what you do wish to see. Another dead figure spoke. "Do you see them? You brought our gift to you. Now you can escape us. You can read our visions. You've seen what we always knew." I tried to speak, struggling. "What is it, all this? A graveyard?" "But what is it?" I screamed just then. "Secrets we hold, the living cannot have." I cowered, sinking to my apartment battered floor, trying to shield my face from such horrific illusions. The dead continued. He wanted to see. He wanted that joyous knowledge. "Is this the graveyard? No place for any man to witness. Are you satisfied, traveler? Are you repaid? Is this what death is?" I shouted. "Is this what to expect? Oh, my death could speak." With that, the candle in my room went out. The window glass returned to Chicago skyline, where I had never truly left. The tower vanished. The illusions of the dead and the grand black pyramid faded, leaving nothing of such grotesquerie. I sat alone on my apartment floor and wept. I couldn't move, petrified. The skull rested on my bookshelf, staring at me. I felt its long, empty gaze tear at my heart. Then I heard it whisper, "Only death speaks." Many nights I tried to speak to the dead. Many nights they did answer. I needed answers. I wanted more, though my heart felt warped by such wicked estrangement. I begged them to show me more. They remained silent, refusing to speak, which I found maddening. I tried sketching everything I had seen: the great tower, the monster in the abyss, the black pyramid. But the drawings never came close to what I saw. They were always distorted, never truly capturing what I witnessed. Unlike the sketch I made on the steamboat, it broke me to see something so vivid yet indescribable. I knew the only way to free the images from my mind was to sketch, but I could recreate it from memory. I would have to see it again in the flesh when the dead would speak. I had no choice but to return to the Mississippi. I would have to find it again, see what the Black Pyramid was, stand atop it, and stare into the distance. I would have to see it in a season, for I had little money. I pawned most of my possessions for the little cash I could gather. It kept me afloat on the Mississippi for a while, though not long. Most captains wanted nothing to do with me. Captain Harris had told them stories before he vanished. I wandered through fishing villages, asking anyone who would listen if they had seen such a pyramid. Often, I was laughed at. I felt foolish for returning, but each night, relentless insomnia ate at my sanity. I stared into the empty sockets of the obsidian skull. I felt connected to it, felt it staring back, but it always remained silent after 2 weeks in the forest, with no money and growing hunger. I began to worry I had made a foolish mistake. I felt better knowing I had seen it, that it existed. It got so bad, I started shouting at the skull, begging for a sign. I did this several times in front of locals who thought I was mad. If only they knew, if only they saw what I had seen, they would understand. One night, as I sat awake sketching the dead in uniform in the Black Pyramid, I heard the skull speak. "You can't find it again, foolish traveler." I looked up sadly at the skull. but saw nothing but it. I held it, staring into its empty black sockets. My candlelight danced across its ivory face. "Show me," I said quickly. "That's all I ask. Just show me. Last time you broke me and I was angry. You gave me no answers. I need answers. What is it all? Why do I feel it watching me, as if it in here but not? Its shadow, a long traveler's shadow, burns those who see it. You don't have what it takes to see it again. You'd break." "Show me," I demanded. As I shouted, the wailing wind grew louder, mimicking the screams I heard in my apartment weeks before. Images of the Black Pyramid flooded my mind, drowning all other thoughts. I felt I was there, standing among the skeletons and sarcophagi. I saw the dead in uniform, hundreds of them, and in their midst, the obsidian skull in one hands. Flames burned brightly in its sockets, the obsidian serpent dangling from the maul, dancing, writhing, as if suffocating. "You live in that darkness, for we all are travelers." I could take my eyes off the black serpent dancing, the black stars slithering from the maul, escaping, coiling to the floor at the feet of the dead in uniform. The crescent moon, the serpent rose, moving slowly toward me. I stared into its deep, ruby eyes. The great temple grew as the creature approached. I tried to back away but could, as if struck by some venom paralyzing my bones. "Graveyard!" The serpent stopped at my feet, staring up slowly. It coiled into a small ball, then, as if a figment of my imagination, melted into a black, oozing mass, dissolving into a shadow beneath my feet. The darkness danced around my heels, rising within, swirling as if alive, blackening my vision, hiding the dead in uniform behind its deep veil. I could see only one thing, a massive form living in the darkness, breathing in it, creating it. Its shape was strange, indescribable. It watched, its snake-like arms devouring the black stars below. Above, a city of ivory and obsidian, a spiraling form standing tall and majestic. Atop the tower, a window with a lone candle. Beyond the candle, the tower went out, and all images slowly faded from my mind, as if nothing but a dream supplied by opium, a nightmare I had witnessed. I had begged to see it, but I felt the brokenness the dead in uniform felt. I hated myself for wanting more, demanding more. But when I got more, I cast it away, terrified by what it all meant. I didn't waste time. The temptation was too great to stop. I left my hotel in the middle of the night. The full moon lit the fishing village dark streets as I staggered through in a drunken haze. I reached the riverbank. The nitrate darkness cloaked everything in a cold shadow, but across the river I saw glowing eyes watching me. I held the skull, wondering if it was all worth it. I concluded I had always been foolish. I raised my arms high and threw the skull over my shoulder. As far as I could, it sailed to the river center, floating for half a second before the brown water turned black, filling the skull with ghostly waves. It began to sink. The images of the dead watching me were engulfed in the night darkness. I stood, watching, waiting for anything to happen. Nothing did. I heard no voices, saw no more illusions. I expected a burden to lift, but it never came. I had seen it all, the pyramid, the graveyard, the world beyond. I had seen things no man should witness. As I turned from the river, I felt the skull pull me back. I regretted throwing it away. I needed it back. I could have more answers. I tried my best to leave, staring at the fishing village, 3 twinkling streetlights, trying to find another focus. But I could soon. I found myself wading into the river at thick waters. The current was strong. I looked beneath the water, seeing the dead glowing eyes swimming below, reaching as if they were the current itself. I felt the call to join them, to see and gain the full knowledge I desired. I dove to find the skull swimming among the dead. Their bare hands tore at my clothes and flesh. I surfaced, gasping for air. I could see the skull. It must be at the bottom. I turned back. As I sat beneath the water, my eyes darkened in the murky flow. I saw the skull glowing with such light, floating a few feet deep amid the dangerous current. The water rose and swirled around it, forming a black whirlpool. I reached for it, losing air as I grasped for the precious object. A sense of dread overwhelmed me, and I pulled back. In a moment of clarity, I surfaced, still swept by the current. I swam to shore, weeping, pitying my weakness. I lay on my back, clutching the river's sandy bank. I cried. I admit I cried. I closed my eyes for a moment, but when I opened them, I saw somewhere in the forest a great obsidian pyramid. I saw the night stars begin to darken, a black that didn't exist. I stood, wondering if I could find it again, but the forest was dark and dangerous, holding that secret too. I could still see the dead soldier eyes watching me. I began my journey through the forest, refusing to take my eyes off the pyramid on the horizon. I regretted not taking the skull, fearing someone else would find it. No man should witness the horrors I had seen. I lived in the graveyard darkness. Anyone who found that skull would know the truth, a truth so haunting, so terrifying, they could comprehend it. I feared for anyone who found the skull, for they too would live in its darkness, as we all do.